Welcome to TaleLearnCode. Here there will be tales about software development, learning from each other, code to build solutions. And now your host, Chad Green.
Good evening, good day. How's everyone doing? Hope you all had a great day, or for some, very early getting your day going. Hey, Ivan, how's it going? Ryan? So I'll tell you what, I want to start off. I had a really good day. Let me tell you why. So a couple weeks ago, someone reached out to me, and they're like, hey, I'd like to take you out to lunch, just to thank you for everything you do in the community. And so sure enough, met this gentleman today for lunch, and it's someone who was a Code Louisville student, and just really appreciated folks like myself who mentor and give back a lot, and I really appreciate that. That was just so nice. It was a nice time at lunch, and talked about second, I just noticed my green screen's a little bit off there. There we go. Yeah, we talked about how things he could do to continue down his path of getting a career, and I just really enjoyed it. All right, and, it's one of those things. As I said during lunch today, I don't do all this stuff for recognition or anything. I just do it for love of community, and also, I have a strong belief in giving back. Right? The way how I got started in this career, well, not started in this career, but the way I was able to really build up in this career was because of other people who spent time, speaking at events and that type of stuff. And so that's why I do it. So yeah, so really good time. Also, I got to admit, it was also nice. I was quick little hey, C-Films, quick little conversation with my CIO today, and he was like, hey, tomorrow we need to meet because, he's like, this project that you've been designing, he's like, I think I'm gonna just have you, lead the team to do it because, all the other, the other leaders, they're too preoccupied with everything else, and they can't get their mind set. Right, so it was nice to have that little bit of confirmation. So, all right. So, the other thing I want to talk about real quick, not necessarily apology, but sure enough, Monday, I definitely ended short. And it was so funny because I actually had a couple people reach out afterwards, and hey, is everything all right, and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, sure enough, everything was all right. Hey, Matthew. But it did boil down to, I was actually kind of tired when I started the stream, but then, the roadblocks that came up Monday evening, I was just like, I just don't feel like working on this. That's why we, I think we did about 2.5 hour stream, which, it's not that short, but it's, for me, it's short, right? But I bring that up because it was really bothering me, right? I was like, I know, and the issue we were having is how do we search this gremlin database, with wildcards? Yeah, 2.5 hours, not short. Well, it is for me. For me, 4 hours is pretty much almost a minimum. Yeah, see, exactly. McNurse has got it right. But yeah, it was really bothering me. And I found one thing, and I was like, well, that's not going to work for me. And sure enough, it just boils down to, I was thinking about this more Monday night, and some, Tuesday. It's only what day is it? It's Wednesday. Yeah, so I was thinking more about yesterday, and it turns out I just haven't, grabbed the database. I haven't had the need Um, 23 and a half hours is too short, huh? Just haven't found the need so far to be able to do a wildcard search, where it's this whole, I want to search against multiple things and everything. And that's why, the one thing I found in pure Gremlin documentation, didn't work out for me. But, I talked about it because, the one article we found was, it does typically depend on what type of stream you do. I'll tell you, sure enough, with live coding, generally what I see is you see those who do like an hour, right? Because they're generally doing it during a lunch break or what have you, or 2 hours, right? Or it's like 6 hours, right? 4 to 6 hours, right? And then you do see some who go really long. But anyway, I talked about Monday night. I was like, because we found that one feature and it said, well, it's not currently supported. I'm like, okay, well, let me reach out to the Cosmos team and find out what's going to be supported. Well, yesterday, doing a little bit of research in order to write a coherent email, and lo and behold, I actually found my answer. Which means all the stuff we were talking about, well, we could do, cache, which actually cache is still a decent idea for some other things, but, I could cache, I get the table set, and all that kind of stuff. I don't need to do all that. So let me show you what I found. And I will say, this is something added into Gremlin, or what? Not just Gremlin, but Gremlin and Cosmos, relatively recent. I mean, sometime in 2019. I forget when it was, but so what I did find. Oh, I'm in there. Okay, so here we're in the we're in the Gremlin database. So sure enough, although I probably should do this because we've seen that for some reason the BigQuery takes a bit. Yeah, I don't know why I did this. There we go. That wasn't too bad. So here we got everything. But let's say, we're on, someone's on a search page, and, I talked about prime example of one of the big things I wanted to handle was something like, so if you go and, looking at a decent website. So if I type in 100264, which again, like I say, that's how I know the model number as, right? But it's actually it is actually 10264-1, right? So, if I was to search the database, you think of the movie, yeah. But it's kind of a weird. I don't know why they picked the name Gremlin. It's kind of I've yet to figure that out. And actually the project. So Gremlin is the name of the language and the server. The project is Tinkerpops. I think the people who initiated this project just like silly names. So if we were to do something like has set number, I can't do something like 1026, right? 664, right? Because basically what will happen here is I'll get nothing back, right? Because it is programming language you think has the best name to you. I don't know. C, and the reason is because I mean, does anyone know how C got its name? All right. Just give her a second and see if anyone knows how C has its name. Yeah, exactly. It was that. It was A. There was A. There was B. And there was C. And actually, there is a D. Although like A and B, it never took off. But yeah, so here we can't search for it. I mean, if I do the full model set number, it'll work, right? But I want to be able to do partial search, especially. At least I want to be able to do this, right? And sure enough, I mean, I could add an extra attribute in there, but that's kind of adding data that maybe is not necessary. Well, so sure enough, what I did find out is Gremlin has predicates, and on top of it, I get to use a or clause that I've actually never been able to use because I never had to use. So I could do something like here. I can actually keep this as it's still in the has, but then I do like set number, and I could do I'll just do containing. Right, and now if I run this, bam, there's the corner garage, right, which is exactly what we're looking for. So this was part of the whole trick. But then, because really what I want to do again, if we look at like what Rick Set is doing, right? So like if you type in 102, right, I'm gonna get a whole bunch of stuff, and that's what should be expected, right? We should get a whole bunch of stuff, right? Because these part numbers start with that. And again, we could do this. Now we'll see a whole lot more sets that contain 102. Does it like water? I don't know. And hopefully it's okay to keep it up after night, after dark, because I'm usually working on it after dark. So, and actually we could also do. I think it's. Let me make sure I get the syntax right. Oh, where is it? Yeah, starting with. I mean, I could do this, and this might make more sense. All right, because to be honest with you, I don't know if I really want a set number to be a partial search. But like I said, the other thing I could do is there is an or clause in here, right? So, and this gets kind of weird. But we do or has, and then we say set number, and just because I'm gonna keep with something I've tested, containing, and then I can say just making sure I got the syntax it has. Let me just copy this. There we go. So or has name containing 1026, has set number containing 1026, has part number containing 1026. So this is kind of more of what I'm thinking this should do, right? And then sure enough, here we get a decent set here, right? And you see I get I have sets and I have parts, right? Like I said, that's more or less what I'm looking for, right? Probably for every letter in the alphabet. Probably so. Well, that last typing was a copy and paste, so. So this solves my problem. All right. So, but okay. Now, the other problem that I want to deal with while dealing with this, while working on this project, Cosmos. It's not Cosmos. It's Gremlin. Gremlin is a little bit annoying, and partially it's because of a limitation in Cosmos. There is no Cosmos does not support bytecode. which is something that the Gremlin can do. And so because of that, I have to type these long strings of queries, right? And there's also no concepts of parameters and that type of stuff, which, so eventually we're going to need to add something to make sure that we're, that we don't get something bad in here, right? Like someone, I guess, and I'm just thinking this through here, what I don't want someone entering in, so that's a perfectly acceptable input, but we don't want them doing, I don't know, actually I have to think of how it would be, because you have to do like that, drop, right? But, but yeah, we would actually, I would just do a simple cleanup of adding because I don't think, let's see here. Yeah, I think it's actually going to be handled. All right, well, at any rate, something we need to think about later on. I'm not going to worry about that yet. Sure enough, like 6 or 7 months ago, I started building a Gremlin ORM. And I gotta admit, I kind of got down a deep rabbit hole. And life happened, and I got busy, and I had to put it to the side. And I would love to pick that back up. I am potentially doing an all-day workshop about Gremlin databases in October, and I say potentially because it is scheduled. I don't know what they're doing. I probably need to reach out to them. Well, they're not going to be able to say anything because they're not going to know what's going on. But European Cloud Conference, or was that what it was? So I haven't even talked. Yeah. Just curious here. Oh, I do need to change that. See, I am still listed, which that's a good thing. Yeah, sessions. Oh, actually, yeah, maybe in here. But these are sessions, not workshops. Yeah, so I'm doing that talk. Well, I don't know. I don't know where they've listed it as, because I think they kind of been moving things around. But at any rate, I'm at least contracted to do an all-day workshop. And one of the things I would love to do as part of that workshop is show a better way to do Gremlin, right? So I'll show, here's the official way, but I would love to have this, here's this, this new ORM that you could use that can make things a whole lot easier. That would be really cool. So, but we're not going to be building an ORM right now, but I want to start looking at doing some things that can get us to that part. So here's what I've got here. This is what I was playing with last night as I was kind of rethinking some things. This is the Cosmos Gremlin documentation of how you query stuff, do queries in .NET. All right. They do this weird thing where they have a dictionary of all the Gremlin statements that they're going to run, and then they enumerate through the stuff. I left that dictionary just because I don't want to change this code too much, because I just wanted, because I was also testing that this would work, right? That this statement works, through the .NET processing, and it does. So there's a couple things that make Gremlin a little bit weird, and the big thing is the way how it returns data. So when we get data back, Yeah, we get, so let's do this. Let me comment that out. Put this one back in. Let me put a comma right there. And sure enough, that's my wife's name. It's not unusual to see my wife's or my daughter's name in places where I want to remember where they're at. So let's just do this simple search, right? Where we grab everything. Because I just want to show you the results that come back, which are a little bit difficult to work with. Not impossible to work with, but you have to do a little bit more with it. How many items? There are, what is it, like 60,000 vertices, so objects themselves, but then there's like 500,000 relationships, or what in Gremlin's called edges. And so the thing to note about that is a relationship or an edge is a document, right? So basically there's like 500,000 elements in this at this point. So all right, so here, this is what we get is a this JSON statement like this, right? And let's just JSON viewer. Yeah, this one's a decent one. So as you see, what we get this now here, and this is important to understand. So at the top level, I have the ID, I have the label, and I have the type, because I could return back an edge, right? So there could be this could be either edge or vertex. But then the properties are in a collection or an array of arrays of ID value, right? So this is, and they're all like this, even if it's one value. And part of this is because one of the interesting parts about Gremlin, I can actually have multiple property values, right? So, I mean, there's nothing saying I can't, I could put multiple user IDs in here, or multiple names, or what have you, and there are times I do that. I can't think of a reason right now, but I know there have been times I've done that. Oh, I know where one place to do it is when and I haven't done this yet, but I usually write documentation of my Gremlin database in Gremlin, right? And I usually do that. I usually have properties that have multiple values in there. But at any rate, so here, we get this kind of stuff. So this gets kind of weird because I can't, deserializing this gets to be a little bit difficult. All right. So, I mean, sure enough, last night I was looking at a, JSON to C# class. Yeah. So yeah, I was looking at this, and so I pasted in my Gremlin, and I convert it, and look at what it does, and because, I mean, this makes sense what it's doing. So looking at the bottom, it's got what it's calling its root, and again, you see the ID, label, type, properties, and then your properties, user ID, name, blah 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 blah, and as list of those, and then they type these out. So I want to partially solve for this. All right. JSON is a godsend. It is definitely a really nice way. I mean, again, if we come back to this viewer here, there we go. If you look at, especially when you look at it formatted, I mean, it is very easy to understand what's going on here. But it's also concise enough that a computer can parse it very quickly. It is really, really nice. I really like what they've done with all this. Did I put my user IDs like that? It doesn't really matter. Oh, never mind. That's the, okay. Yeah, I know why it's doing that. Again, you notice these IDs, and again, this is how Gremlin is using these IDs. This / user ID, the reason in here is because that is the partition key. JSON Derulo. Yeah. Now this is so JSON came from actually, well, I shouldn't say that, but it basically came from Douglas Crawford. Although he will say that he did not invent JSON, but that he discovered JSON is the way how he puts it. But anyway, I want to handle this a little bit better. I started, of course, this is while I was actually also sitting in on social period of a user group, so I was only half concentrated on here, but I did start looking at this. So, I can't stand YAML. Anything that makes me space it to the right place, white space is important. I can't stand it. So I started working on this a little bit. So here, I took this code, right, that was generated, and sure enough, I did it. I pasted it. I pasted it in here, and then I did a. I did a whatchamacallit. I did a deserialization, right, and it worked, right? But what I don't want, I don't want to have to create classes for every single property I have in there. That we'd just be writing so much code. It'd be one thing, and this might be an idea when I work on an actual ORM, but it might be one thing to using reflection to create classes on the fly. But what I did do, so instead of all these, I created this gremlin property, all right? Because that's all. I mean, they're all the same, right? They're ID and value, all right? So I did that, and then made them a list of that. All right. So sure enough, when we go back here to Karina, okay, take that out, and now do like that. And of course, this is just going to print the one thing because I was testing something else in here. But now you'll see in here, yeah, see right there, we've got the corner garage, right? And you can see the code, right? Whoops. Yeah, we deserialize it. We and then yeah, right here we so root, just because that's the name of it right now, but dot properties dot name. Now notice that is a list, and so at the moment I'm just taking the first item in there, and then dot value, right? So, but I want to basically probably build a mapper, right? I think is the way I'm going to do this for this project. And then once I can get an ORM written, I think this is going to give me some fresh insight into how to get that ORM written. I will say, just to show you and also to prove to myself again that this works. So if I was to run this now, with that complicated or that multi-join there. So there you go. You see all the items that were returned that contain 1026 somewhere in their names. And this is a mix. It's mostly sets, but it's also like these are parts. Actually all of these are parts right here. right? So there's a mix of those. All right. So with that, let's start thinking how we're going to get this to work. I'm going to move this off to the side so I have it for reference. No, I don't. I should have opened up another Visual Studio. Oh, it's over here. Let's see here. So I want Lego Master. Okay. Just waiting for this to load all the way. Come on. Now I am curious. What do we have here? Ooh, there's another preview. We're not going to install it right now, but I'm curious what they updated. Seems like we're gonna wait a moment to even get the. I just want to go to the release notes. Thank you for opening a whole different browser. Let's see here. Just curious. So this was released yesterday. Hello. Interesting. The anchor's not working. Wow, there's a lot of things they fixed in here. There's quite a few things that got fixed here. This was a busy release. Remember, I see some things that might be some of my problems I've been having. All right. Well, anyway, yeah, I'll have to install that maybe after the stream. Like I say, learn my lesson. We don't update Visual Studio on stream. All right. So let's get the solution actually open. All right. And sure enough, you can see I started. This is where I started getting distracted last night. I started to write stuff, but then I started paying more attention to what other people were saying. So we already had. I mean, we still have the data import and data import console. I still have some more work to do in that, but that's not holding us up from writing some other funner stuff to write. And we still have this domain, right? You know, so like for example, the set, right? You know, it's got these values, right? And sure enough, I need to do something to fix that, right? Because themes could be multi-level, right? And right now, I'm not. I don't have to make a change here. I have to make a change on the data generation. But I had to put this to do somewhere. So anyway, so we have that, and then following some standard DDD and microservice, although I'm not actually building microservices, but I was just looking at some standards, and so that's why I created infrastructure. Now let's see here. First, let me check the namespace in here. Yeah, that's what I was expecting to see. But I wanted to make sure. So I'm going to go in here, properties, and we're going to set all this stuff up correctly. Okay. And again, we are still working on .NET 6 because we want to see if that breaks anything. I'm not actually using any new features of .NET 6 just yet, and I actually don't want to use any. I probably, I will probably wait till build, right, to actually start playing with some of the .NET 6 features, which is in May. Sure enough, that is when exactly is build? Build is wow, okay. Well, I know it's in May, despite the fact that it doesn't say anything here. Build 2021. How about Microsoft Build 2021? Well, at any rate, I'm not finding it, but I know it's in May. There you go. This says May 19th. I don't know who Events America is, but yeah, Events in America says it's May 19th to 21st. I mean, I supposedly verified. Which sounds about right. Well, I'm not so sure because actually, it's funny. The Build 2020 event they've got listed as estimated. It's a 2021 event. They verify when that's going to be. Anyway, builds in May. I know that much because even though there's no information there. I've been hearing Microsoft folks talk about build coming up. Yeah, I actually have not had a chance to look at what all is coming up in. Yeah, they've only listed 2 things. And I will say I missed a really good MVP session today. There's going to be another. They'll have another one. They always, well, not always, but most of the times. So when Microsoft does these events for MVPs, they generally do it twice, and it's because of time. To cover the whole world time issues. So I'm gonna try to attend when they're doing the second option, or I could watch the video. I can't really talk about. I can't even say what the topic was. I mean, because that's even that part is NDA. What I can tell you was it was going to be an interesting topic about C#, and I know they were going to talk about C# 10. Hey, Jake had a cake. How's it going? So, mixed decorations of this is kind of interesting. Do I make Lego pieces? I mean, I don't make Lego pieces. I put them together. So yeah. But I am thinking about, and actually I need to start working on this I'm designing an application that will manage, like your inventory of Lego parts. And I've done some very simple, like Lego set designs. So yeah, I was gonna say, I'm gonna try to get someone on the C# team to speak at Louisville.net sometime late spring, early summer, right? I mean, once they have a better idea of what exactly is going to mean in C#10 that they can talk about. Yeah, I mean, I definitely played with Lego as a kid, but then I picked Legos back up, Lego, I should say, back 2 years ago. Built the Castle Lego, yeah. So 2 years ago, it's pretty much just shy. I'm just shy of 2 years ago. I have to look. Let's see if there's a way I can find out when did I. Let's see here. Let's see if I can see this real quick because I am coming close to that 2-year anniversary. Let's see here. If I look at my rewards, I might be able to see it. Nah, because they don't go far enough back. Well, at any rate. It is meant for people who do like mocks and or put together mocks. You know, really boils down to, you know, here's where the mindset behind it is. You know, you got stuff like Brickset, right? Or, you know, Rebrickable or that type of stuff. Hold on, Hector, just 1 second. You know, and they can, I mean, like, actually, I need to update this, but you know, I mean, I can have like all my Lego sets that I have, and you know, and I can see this, right? But what there is not now, and grant you, this will, and Brickset's a little bit better about this, but I can do. What am I looking for? My sets. You know, I could do something like, yes, it is more for grown-ups. So yeah, I can get some neat analysis right in here. But what I don't see are like the parts that I have. I mean, I do. Somewhere it tells me like I have X number of parts because of all the sets. But like I buy parts, right, to build other things, right? So it's really to manage that type of stuff. All right, so let's see. Difference between .NET Core and .NET Standard class libraries. When do you use them? I was thinking for a new app, just use .NET Core libraries, but I don't know. Okay, no, really good question. So, and I do think this is kind of confusing. Hey, Smack Attack. So .NET Standard, the idea behind .NET Standard was, we had these different libraries, or we had different levels of the framework. They had different levels of support, right? So I mean, before .NET Core, so .NET Standard, .NET Core came out around the same time. I don't think they actually came out at the same time, but they basically did. All right, and .NET Standard was to solve a certain problem, and the problem being is before we had .NET Standard, we had something called portable class libraries, and the idea behind PCLs was I would say, okay, I want a class, I want a library that that I can write against a Windows app, maybe a Windows Phone app, an Xamarin app. I can keep on adding things. Well, what happened was the more stuff I added, the less I could actually use. Right, the less framework elements that worked with it and that type of stuff. And so they became not very useful. All right. So .NET Standard was actually devised to kind of solve some of the problems, right? And sure enough, let's see here. looking for something in particular here. Yeah. So, like, you see the different versions of .NET Standard, right? And you see the different frameworks that are supported, right? That's not the table I'm looking for. No, that's not the table I was looking for. Here we go. This is the table I was looking for. This is easier to read. So, like, here you can see this, right? And the idea was, so like, if I start off with 1.0, right? You saw all these different things were available for it. So .NET Standard is basically a contract, right? And so if it's .NET Standard 1.0, you know all of these different framework elements are going to work with it, right? You look at the different version numbers and everything. Kind of interesting they don't list 5.0 here. They should be. But at any rate, at least I'm pretty sure. But and it, as we went further down, we were seeing you see fewer and fewer things were supported, right? Because like in the .NET framework, there weren't the things to support that, right? So .NET Standard, the idea was it was a
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Fabio. Thank you for that follow. So it was a way to give me a standard, a standard that kind of guaranteed if I have the standard, I know I can use these different frameworks. Also meant these different frameworks knows that they can use a class library that uses that standard. Okay. So get up to now. This does kind of change. So we have 2.0, 2.1 kind of changed things a little bit. Notice that there's very few things that are supported, right? As a matter of fact, Windows UWP is still TBD for 2.1, and I mean it's a big difference from 2.0, right? I mean look at even just the .NET Core stuff from 2.0 to 2.1, and there's no .NET framework, right? Because this is when they actually started making some differences, and while they weren't and yes, Jake had a cook. Yes, this is where we're making applications. And we're making the application to whatchamacallit, to manage your Lego parts. Here's some free money. All right, hold on, Jack. Let me finish my explanation of .NET Standard, and then I guess we have a request to run ads. So I can make a whole 5 cents maybe. So .NET Standard 2.1 kind of started down this path that we're going in now, right? Where it was actually meant solely for 3.0 and 3.1, and really to start the process of getting us to .NET 5. Now with .NET 5, .NET Standard's gone. So the general recommendation is if you're going to be writing applications that are going to be using .NET 5, don't even worry about .NET Standard. You don't need to worry about it. If you're going to do anything 3.0 and below, especially if you need things to mix, right? Maybe if someone's going to need to use .NET Framework with it, right, or that type of stuff, then you very well would be served well by doing .NET Standard. I'll say I guess about a year and a half ago, I mean pretty much everything I wrote was .NET Standard as far as my class libraries. But then when those announcements came out, like I said, it was about a year and a half ago. That's when I changed, because it was kind of like it's before they actually announced that .NET Standard actually was gone, because there is no version after 2.1. So, all right, Well, I guess we're going to do a quick ad. Someone requested it. Where did my stream manager go? All right. Of course, those who are subscribed won't have to have this ad. But we're going to do a quick ad. All right. So again, if you're subscribed, you're still in here. Which is good. Okay. Hector is you're still here. So yeah, no, that's kind of a long story that I went into, but I thought it was worth it to kind of get to the why I say, yeah, if you're going to target .NET 5, just work on yeah, well, actually, Jake, I guess you have a ad blocker or something, because it's just still being an ad. But yes, I would agree with you on that, McNarius. And I haven't looked up. Well, I gotta admit, I don't remember the last. That's the first time someone has requested that in a very long time. But I agree with you. I don't know why I have that in there. It's the default, and I never did turn it off. Azure Functions .NET 5. I mean, has there been any updates as far as what they're doing with this? Five times ads, yeah, Jack. At that point, I probably would start saying no. I don't think so. Sorry about that, Jake. Let's see here. Just looking here. I want to see what the latest. Well, interesting. So, Jack, you did get ads. Yeah, it could be. It could be because when you entered in, and Jake got a purple screen. Well, I don't know why you got a purple screen. So yeah, there's no updates here. Just it's going to be generally available early 2021. And I gotta admit, I'm purposely not fooling around with this. I'm waiting for it to be released. Because it's the thing I've seen with Azure Functions when they're doing this. Yeah, it gets to be such a mess. So I was just because I haven't checked this in a couple weeks. Yeah. Well, like I said, I can't wait till they get that supported. Huh. Okay. So Jack, my favorite Lego set. Usually the one I'm working on at the moment. And again, like I said, I actually need to update because I don't have all my sets in here. I haven't actually put this one together yet. Assembly Square is really awesome. I don't know if I have one favorite, right? Because like I have different themes. So like, I've got like the buildings, which I really enjoy. I'm building a Lego city. But I like that as a whole city, right? I gotta admit, the Taj Mahal is pretty much done. I hated putting that thing together. It was just so much repetition. I I really like the lunar lander. It's really cool. It's got some neat little features hidden into it. Coliseum was a lot of fun. It wasn't as, even though it is a lot of repetition, the way how they did the instructions made it less repetitive. Flower bouquets is awesome, right? I mean, from afar you can't tell that they're, you can't tell that they're Lego, right? I mean, they look so realistic. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I have a particular favorite set. Because like I said, I have fun with all of them. Just trying to look here. This one, I really love this thing just because of the size of this thing. This thing is, so it's started story. It's a little bit over 4 feet long and like 2.5 feet wide. So it's just massive. It's so big, finding a place to put it is the hard part. All right. I bought a cabinet for my Lego that's really wide and deep and everything. It doesn't fit in there. I had to put it on top of the cabinet. This is just so big. So, all right. So let's get into writing some code here. So we're gonna delete that class. So again, I need to think how I want to do this. Pulling back to our little console app that we were looking at sample code. So first off, I'm gonna need something that builds out my connection, because there is quite a bit you have to do to connect to Gremlin. Which is a little bit annoying, to be honest with you. So let's copy that. And so in here, I think we're going to start off with a folder called Gremlin. We're going to add a new class. And come on. I still don't know why Visual Studio does this. It's only in this machine. There it goes. All right. So let's call this, we'll call it Gremlin Client. And just going to have a, this isn't, I'm not really calling this, I'm just, so I have a place to paste this stuff in here. So in here, oh, let me make sure, do I have the NuGet package I need? The app, yeah. So I've been debating getting this. There is rumors that there's going to be a UCS AT, right? No problem. But yeah, so there's rumors that this summer we're going to get a UCS AT. So I'm kind of holding out of getting this for in case that comes out. Because obviously, so for the non-Lego folks, UCS is Ultimate Collector Series, And that's where, I mean, they're more complicated sets, but they get into, real high level of detail. All right, I don't have anything installed yet, so we're going to do gremlin.net, because we know we're going to need that. And we're going to wait for NuGet to catch up. Come on, there we go. Okay. And I'm not really worried about all these errors because, like I said, I just pasted this somewhere to be in here. So I'm going to start off with a okay, it's kept touching. Yeah. Well, see, that's my kid is going to be 24, right? In a couple months, so I don't really have to worry about that so much. Surprisingly, I don't even the dog leaves my Lego alone. It's almost we kind of laugh about it how I've got like some bookshelves where I've got Legos displayed. He doesn't even bother him at all. The only time that he does anything, he doesn't do it. It's not intentional. It's if he walking around and his tail gets something, which has happened a couple times. All right, so we're gonna start off with create our constructor. So gremlin.client or gremlin client, and in here. I think in here, and I should have created this first. Let's actually create. I'm gonna do this a little bit differently than the way how others do it because I kind of like this way. I'm gonna create a gremlin settings class, and in here we're gonna have. Pull something up here to Cosmos Gremlin. It's here, yeah. .NET. What I'm looking for is right here. So we're gonna have string public string host public string account key public string database name public string account name. And I also know there's enable SSL, and there is port. You're talking about like this right here, where I've got the get and set in the same line. I mean, this is. That's become pretty much standard in C#. I do something like this similar other places. The top line. Talking about on this file here? Oh, the namespace. Oh, well, even that is Microsoft standard, right? And I mean, so Jack, I could pretty much tell you came from either a Java or a JavaScript background. That's what that tells me. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but that, that's the standard in Java and JavaScript is to do something like that. All right. Whereas in C# or Python. Okay. Yeah, C#. This is pretty common to separate it. Like say, now I do have the formatting turned on, but that is that's visual. That's Microsoft's formatting that's happening there. All right, so we're gonna have this. Let's get us some documentation here. Represents the settings necessary to connect to a Cosmos Gremlin database. Okay, sets the host address for the Cosmos account. I really should be putting, because it is actually Cosmos DB. Oh, really? Well, I don't know. I've always, C# has pretty much always had the semicolons on a separate line. So I don't remember a time that I might be, but I've also been doing C# for 20 years, right? So I don't necessarily remember the whole time I've been using C#. Yeah. All right. So I like adding all my documentation, especially because I am putting this out on GitHub, and so this kind of helps people read it. Also, like I say, this is I think the rebirth of my ORM that I was writing. All right. Gets or sets the key. Steve Jobs. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm a lot nicer than Steve Jobs. Gets or sets the key for the Cosmos DB account. Database to connect to. Hey there, Starlight. How are you doing today? Been having a good day? All right, let's see here. Just getting this all documented here. I'm doing wonderful. I actually had so for those who weren't here at the beginning, I was talking about that I actually had a really good day because I had someone take me out to lunch just to thank me for all the stuff that I do, all the stuff that I do in the community. Dreamt if he was still alive, what his product would have become. I mean, that's good. That's a good thought, right? I mean, what would have changed? I mean, so Steve Jobs was starting to mellow out some. So I don't know. Let's see here. Of course, a lot of it's because he was so sick. Account name? No, that's not a count. It should be container name. Let's say container rendering graph, because that's actually really what it is. Well, hey there, Elver. You love this channel? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I really do actually appreciate that. It's awesome for you to say that. You know, I really do like doing all this Twitch streaming and stuff. I mean, this is stuff I'd be working on anyways. You know, I get to chat with people. You know, the chat has helped me a lot as I'm working through things. I mean, you know, like for example, Monday was a tough night, and you know, there was, you know. You know, Monday was an interesting night, and sure enough, you know, just being able to talk it through with the chat was really helpful. All right, whether to connect to the Cosmos using SSL. Is it true if SSL should be enabled? Otherwise false. Yeah, exactly. Rubber duck method, exactly. And the nice part is I talk to myself anyway. So now, at least now, I'm talking. You know, as far as my wife's concerned, I'm still talking to myself because all she sees me is sitting in front of a computer talking to in front of a camera. But at least at least there's a response now. Do you tell about the rubber duck method? And thank you, Ryan. Do tell about the rubber duck method. So the idea behind the rubber duck method is, what is the function of a rubber duck? Yeah. So here's the thing. You know, as you're.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
First off, thank you, Jessica. I really do appreciate that. So the idea behind the rubber duck method, you know, as you're writing code, it's really not just writing code. This is a term that is definitely built up in the development community. You know, a lot of times code is written by yourself, and you get stuck, right? And you just need to talk to someone about it, right? And you know, sure enough, I mean, there are people who will actually put like a rubber duck or something to kind of just to talk to, and it's just the fact of having something there to talk to, even if it's not responding, right, can actually help you work through problems you're working on, right? So I mean, I joke a lot that I talk to myself, and you know, and it's really the rubber duck method. The idea of talking through things kind of helps me work through it. Hey, Jessica. So yes, I'm definitely doing C#. What we're working on is an inventory system for Lego parts, right? So the idea that, you know, you buy Lego sets and you buy Lego pieces to build other things, right? And you know, but keeping track of what all you have can, you know, actually get kind of difficult, right? Because you can have a lot of stuff. So that's kind of, you know, so that's what we're building here. Your cup of tea mug. Yes, like a database, basically. Yes. I mean, you know, we're actually right now. And we're using a graph database, right, which is uses graph theory to manage your data. So we're using a graph database, and right now we're actually writing some C# code that will kind of standardize the way how we can access that database. A rubber duck shaped scrubber, aka scrubber duck. Yes. I like it, McNurris. I like having you around. Okay, there we go. So we've got that written up. And I'm doing this because now I can, we can do, switch to visual coding to get your project done faster. Yeah. How much do I stream in a week? I stream 3 nights a week. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Let's see what McNair. I'm sure this is gonna be funny. Yeah, there we go. Oh, you weren't joking with the cup of tea. Oh goodness. All right, so now the reason why I wrote that class was now I can have this gremlin settings, right? And one of the things this allows, it allows me a much easier way to pass in a whole bunch of settings because, in order to connect to Gremlin, did I close that? I guess I closed it. I need all these settings now. Actually, to be honest with you, you don't really need these 2 settings because you'd be silly not to enable SSL. That doesn't make sense to disable SSL. The port's almost always going to be 443, right? But, matter of fact, we should do something like true. What am I doing? True. Why did I do that? And equals 443, right? Because it's going to pretty much always be those 2 values. But I need several settings, right? So this is a whole lot easier way of doing it without having to have a whole bunch of settings, especially if it changes, right? All I gotta do is change it there. Well, the other nice thing I did this, and I'll get back to chat here in a second, is I can have, like, if I had a console app or something that needs to use this, I can have it in the app settings, and in the app settings I can have a section for Gremlin settings, and I can easily suck that in and then right into this class, right? All right, let's see here. Let's see what Ryan had to say here. Yeah, there you go. So what's that? The crack bats, or yeah. Okay, so just saying, I only know 1% of C#. Do you think I can learn it by just watching? I think you can learn by watching. Yes, I definitely think that. It's part of the reason why I do this. Now, and I'll say, depends on what and who you're watching. I'm not knocking Twitch streamers, but some Twitch streamers, they don't go through like as much explanation as I do, right? Because I don't always write the simplest applications, but I try to explain everything I'm doing. To really help me. Number one, it helps me, right? Make sure I understand what I'm writing out, but it also helps folks like you better understand what I'm doing. Yeah, Jessica, me too. I love C#. You know, I mean, I've been, well, I gotta say, I didn't always love C#. 3 days a week isn't good. I hope it's good. Yeah, like I say, C# is definitely a good language to learn. You know, and sure enough, I mean, if you have interest in getting into a job in software development, you know, C# is definitely one of my popular ones. How long have I been programming? I have been programming since 1979, so a little while. Oh, Jessica, thank you for that host. I do appreciate that. All right, Jack, you have an awesome evening. Yeah, so I've been programming for a very long time. Yeah, 1979. I'm probably a little bit older than I look. But yeah. And only partially because my blonde hair hides my my grays. Yeah, no, I tell you what helps that is I just have in general, I have a good outlook of life, right? You know, I don't really let things get to me. I mean, it's not to say nothing ever gets to me, right? But, you know, I try to not let things really get me down. And so, you know, it kind of helps you with the aging. Now, trust me, though, you see me walking around, you can tell I'm, especially certain days, body gets stiff some days. I do really love it. You know, I mean, I grew up in this, right? My father still is to some extent, although he hardly ever writes code anymore. But I mean, he was a software developer. So I mean, I literally grew up with this back in the 70s, you know, in the 80s as a kid. Do I know all the big languages? Do you know HTML2? It depends on how you define big languages. You know, so yes, HTML, CSS. Although admittedly, I'm not very good at CSS just because I don't do enough CSS. But yeah, I mean, you know, and not, you know, I mean, I mean, there's no question about it. I spend most of my time working on C#. I've touched Python, but not enough to you know, it's not like I could just go write Python. I've definitely have done Java. I mean, I've been paid to do Java, but that has actually been quite some time. I still keep up with Java as far as overall concepts, but I haven't written a line of Java in a long time. C++, I have just barely done anything, but I've also, I mean, I've worked, I worked with BASIC for a very long time. Really, up until about, I guess, 5 years ago, you know, I was primarily a Visual Basic programmer who did other languages. But like right now, my primary language is C#. Up until about 5 years ago, my primary language was Visual Basic. So, all right. So, binary, not so much. You know, and then what projects I've been working on. Well, I've worked. You know, I work on everything from, you know, I've done financial applications, healthcare, robotics, chemical research, government, local government, DoD. What else have I done? HR. So I've done systems and e-commerce back when e-commerce was still new. But yeah, And then, so as far as what I do today, my job. So I am director of architecture for a company called Glennis Solutions, which we build software for senior living operators. And so it's actually a pretty fun job because the company just split off from a senior living operator, a very large company. As in officially split off last week. And we're actually taking software that's been built over the last 2 decades and that was built for one company, on premise, lots of things. This has got to be the best way to do it because this is the way how we do it. And we're taking all that and we're rewriting it, making it, putting it into the cloud. Making it so it's multiple people, multiple companies can use it, and so my job is to go in there and design the software, manage the standards and the processes. I don't work for a particular team. I work directly for the CIO, the Chief Information Officer, I'm more of an advisor to all the other teams. Although I build prototypes for the teams, and like right now, a lot of my prototypes I've been building have been also examples of here's the right way to write code. Because a lot of folks working in here, they've been with the company for a while, so they haven't seen like some of the more newer technologies, right? Because they've kind of been stuck. Well, thanks. It boils down to I've just been doing it a long time. It really does boil down to that more than anything else. And then I talked about this earlier tonight. Just like why I'm here on Twitch and all this kind of stuff. I just, back. When did this start? Let's see here. There's not as popular anymore, but there's a movement of the software craftsmanship. Trying to remember when was the manifesto. April 2009. So what, 11 years, going on 12 years ago, the software manifesto, or software craftsmanship manifesto came out. And this really spoke a lot to me, right? And this was partially addressing, the whole problem. You had Agile, and Agile was like quote unquote saving the world, but Agile caused a lot of problems, and that's kind of what the idea behind this was, right? So you see, like, not only working software, crafted software, not only responding to change, steadily change, but okay. Now here's the big one. This one right here. This spoke a lot to me. Not only individual interactions, but also a community of professionals. And the way how I've read this is, to be a professional, part of that is giving back to the community, right? And the part of a community, right? So having that community. And sure enough, the software development community is an amazing community. Thank you, Ryan, for passing. I forgot to send the link. Once we get back to where we can have conferences and everything, make sure, find the user groups. Well, a bunch of user groups are online right now, but it even gets better once we can meet back in person. But find your local user groups, find your code camps, your local conferences. They're just amazing, right? And one of the things that are amazing about it is the community coming together to help each other learn more about software development. And that's just has spoken a lot to me. And I learned a lot because of other folks, before me, who I learned a lot from. So I like giving back. Awesome. So you've always liked software programming. Yeah, me too. So, and again, like I said, I had a little bit of advantage. And it's kind of funny because I had a little bit of advantage because, like I said, I grew up in it. Because, I mean, you know, we had computers. I remember, I mean, I talk about 79 is when I started programming. But, you know, I started playing with computers, you know, when I was much younger, in the mid 70s, and I mean, because I was born in 71, right? Just to give you perspective. So in the mid 70s, I remember, you know, my father bringing home, you know, what I thought was just an amazing piece of equipment. It was just a dumb terminal, right? Connected to a 200 baud modem. And I remember it had a horse racing game on it, right? I still remember this to this day, right? I mean, I must have been 5 or 6 years old, right? Well, I'll be 50 in a couple of weeks, because like I said, I was born in 71. But so yeah, but I to this day I remember that. I remember my father bringing that home and just the amazement, right? And again, like I said, a 200 baud. Now think about this, right? You know, or 200 baud, but you know, I think it was sending like 200 bits, right? I don't think it was sending 200 bits. But anyway, you know, and that, you know, now I'm complaining right now because you know I've actually got a ticket open up with the cable company because I'm only getting 100 megabits right now instead of my my gigabit I'm supposed to be getting. All right, so back here. So sadly, there's no local coding groups, which is why I learned by myself. So Starlight, now great. I don't know where you're at, and you don't have to disclose that here, but you know, take a look at. I'll tell you a couple of places to look at. One is look at Meetup.com. All right. I will say, because you might not be in the United States, I don't know how big Meetup.com is outside of the United States, but take a look. You know, especially if you're in the United States, take a look at this, right? And you know, I mean, you could type in like. It helps if I type in correctly. Like .net. Are you in the EU? I know there. I mean, now, great you. I don't know the EU as well, but I don't know if Meetup. I think Meetup is really U.S. focused. Well, but let me show you something else to also check out. Is go to oh my goodness, I'm forgetting their website. It's the .NET Foundation. Okay, .NET Foundation. But hold on, I'll give you a fuller link here. So one of the things the .NET Foundation does. So the .NET Foundation is it's a nonprofit organization. It actually does manage the .NET language or the .NET standard, and not .NET standard, but the standard of .NET. But one of the things they do is, where is it? I mean, I know I can find a meetup also, but that's not going to serve my purpose. Here we go. Upcoming virtual meetups. That's where it was. Yeah, they have their virtual user group. You know, actually, I said this, but you know what? This only lists a couple things. Go to Meetup. And the reason why I point this out is because they routinely have... So the .NET... the .NET Virtual Meetup is not managed. Well, the thing itself is managed by .NET Foundation, but the events that make up the meetings are run by local communities, right? So yeah, so sure enough, here's what I'm talking about, and ignore the fact it says Seattle, right? It's just because Meetup makes you put somewhere, right? But look, Bangalore. I happen to know this is. I think this is. I don't know where that's at. Well, that must be Tulsa, Jacksonville. But let me. But like I know for fact, I have seen stuff in the UK, which is not EU anymore. But I've seen stuff in the UK. But these are all virtual anyways, right? So it doesn't really matter, right? But one of the things that is nice about it, because it's, some of these are European based, they're also on more, European time, right? Because obviously, if you're in the EU, you're up very late, or very early, depending on how you look at it. So I would definitely say check this out. Free Code Camp is also a great resource. There we go. freecodecamp.org. 4 a.m. Well, so Scott's not in. Scott's not here tonight. But so Scott is from. He's a frequent user or frequent viewer. He actually comes from Denmark. But yeah, so this is actually a good program to just learn normal things. All right, so Jessica's awesome. Oh, Albania. It's cool, Jessica. We it's kind of a hiatus right now because it wasn't working as well online. But actually, one of the groups I help run is a group for tech leaders, right? To help, it's like tech leaders helping each other. And we were doing. We used to have social, again, when before the pandemic, we would have monthly social gatherings, and we were doing them online. And the reason I bring this up was when we first started doing it, we actually had someone from Albania joining our group, and that was really neat because like we were able to hear like some of the differences of management over in Albania, right? It was really cool. But like I said, we stopped doing it because, like she came twice, I think. And I know she, the timing wasn't working for her, but, place where you're talking about. Yeah. So yeah, so definitely some places to check out. I'd have to look. I mean, I know there's a good tech developer community in the EU. Now I don't know in particular like Albania or in the other countries, but I mean I know I submit to conferences all the time over there. Now, granted, most of those are well, not most of them. All the ones I submit to, you have to pay to attend, and they're not cheap. Which is why I submit to them, because they're, if I get into them, they'll pay my travel. I mean, like for example, I was talking about this earlier tonight. If this can happen, I'll be traveling to Nice in October to speak at the European Cloud Conference. Really looking for that. That'll be my first time speaking in Europe. Well, technically, I don't know. Depending on how you look at it, I spoke in Australia a couple months ago, but that was virtually. But technically, I am an international speaker because I did a conference on a cruise ship, right? So we left Florida, went to the Bahamas, and so I spoke on international waters. Oh, I guess because I'm friends with a lot of people who are a whole lot bigger than I am, right? But thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, so I am really looking forward to this. This is going to be a lot of fun. Especially because there are some really good speakers. So I was really stoked to get picked for this. I gotta admit, I didn't think I was going to get picked for it. Here, you gotta go to speakers. And somewhere, yeah, here I am right here. Although, actually, I do need to email them. I do not work for ScholarX anymore. So yeah, so like I said, I am really looking for this. And, I mean, actually, I've only been to Europe once. My wife and daughter and I, we went to London and Paris. That must have been 2018, I think. Yeah, and just had a blast. Now, my daughter, that was my wife and I's first time in Europe. My daughter has been over there several times and has been there since. Because she's actually studying to be an opera singer, right? So she's gone over there for education. Awesome. Yeah. Well, like I said, I try to stay chill. All right, so let's just do a couple things here. So private, read-only, gremlin settings. Oops. The .NET bot Lego. There you go. I'll explain that here in just a second. I was actually going to talk about that. Gremlin settings. All right, so first off here we've got our constructor, right? So and we're taking in those gremlin settings, and then I'm gonna set that value. So read only basically just means that it can't change, right? So I'm going to create it when I create this, when I create an instance of this class, we're going to create that value. And because I don't have another constructor, as you have to pass in this value in here. No, I mean, that's one. There's a reason why the AMA flag's turn on, right? I mean, definitely ask any questions you have. And there's a reason why I say newbies welcome, right? And it's because, I want to, that's what I'm here to do, is explain everything, right? Or explain most everything. So the read only basically just means, it means exactly what it sounds like, right? That is read only, right? So it's once it's set, you can't change it, right? And as a matter of fact, so if I create a method here. I cannot now say gremlin settings equal new whatever, right? Because you notice I get a red squiggly, right? And it'll tell me a read-only field cannot be assigned to it except in a constructor or a init-only setter of the type, so and so, right? So, and sure enough, I will say, whoops, there we go. If I take, now, I don't have to have the read-only, right?
Welcome to TaleLearnCode. How was your stream?
Well, hey, April B. And folks. Welcome. Hold on, I'm just checking something here. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for rating. I really do appreciate that.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Just checking something real quick.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
I will say we're going to be doing something different. So April B actually is. I was just making sure I was looking up the right person. So April B actually is a Lego streamer. So I am a Lego streamer too, although on a different name. But I am working on an application for Lego, right? So sure enough, yeah, I was actually making sure it was the April B, because I was a little bit surprised that I got rated by April B. Although I do have I turned on the brick building because I am doing stuff. Oh, thank you, Ryan, for that. I am doing stuff that's Lego related. So sure enough, for everyone who just came in, let me give a quick explanation what we're working on. So this is a live coding stream, right? We're writing code. But what we're actually working on is, yes, yeah, I have two different channels, right? I didn't want to pollute the two different streams, right? So I created a separate channel for my brick building. But yeah, so but I'm actually working on an application that they'll manage your Lego parts, right? So kind of the idea I was doing here, just give everyone a quick little idea. So like brick set, right? It's great, right? I can see all my sets. Of course, as I was telling people, I actually got like probably 10 more sets I need to put in here. I'm not up to date. So this is great, right? I can see my sets, but one of the problems I have is if I were to work on a mock, which I'm just starting to work on mocks, knowing what parts I have, right? I mean, yeah, you can do some part outs and you can see that, but I want to know like what do I have, where and where are my parts, right? So that's kind of the idea here, and then sure enough, it is interesting. So Rubricable actually does have, so they actually allow you to download their database, right? So I'm actually using the Rubricable database. Bricklink also lets you do this, although Bricklink, it's a little bit harder to get their data. You can get it, but it's more manual. Here I can actually, I've automated this process. But I'm taking their data. So I have a catalog, right? And switch over here. So like, for example, here was a search of sets and parts that happen to have 1026, right? Because I was actually solving a problem there, right? And so we can see like all the sets that match that, right? All right, Jessica, thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming along, and I loved your questions. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So that's what we're building. Now I will say, and there was the shout out a moment ago. I also do Lego streams, but I do that on my Bricks with Chad channel. It was funny, actually. First couple times I did a Lego stream, I did it on this channel. But then when I decided I want to do that more frequently, I decided to start another channel, just to kind of keep things separate. So, and again, there was a shout out. Sure enough, if y'all have interest in Lego, definitely be checking out April B. And Sapar Computer, right? Because I saw him on here. Let me. There we go. Both of them do really good streams. Talking about building Lego and that kind of stuff. Oh no, I really like your streams, and I love April B's and Sapiens, and it's nice. There's actually a really nice Lego community on Twitch. Hey Saddle, how's it going? Been wanting to do some coding streams? Yeah, I was gonna say, so if y'all can't tell, so Supercomputer, he does Lego streams, but you can tell by his name, he's into computers. Actually, I really like your graphics because you got the chips and all that kind of stuff. It really speaks to me. All right, so again, to give a little bit of context of what we're doing. So we've built the code that gets the data into the database. This is actually a special kind of database. This is what's called a gremlin database, which is actually using graph theory. Oh, really? But that's interesting, Sato, that they ruin your renders, huh? But so Gremlin is actually a graph database, which is using graph theory to manage the data. And so generally, when we do data, we've got what we call relational databases, which actually were based off of accounting ledgers, which is some why they have some problems. Whereas a graph, I mean, like you can see, because you kind of see this here, if I move this, right? So, so we can see like there's the roller coaster, right? And that is a set. And then you have the sticker sheet for set 10261. That's a part, right? And we see that relationship. So it does a really nice job of the relationships are more. And I apologize. This is a great visualization tool, but it's also not a great visualization tool. There are some really nice ones you got to pay for it. Yet to pay for one of them. But one of the things about dealing with gremlin databases is to query them in themselves is actually pretty easy. To query them in an application gets a little bit weird, right? You have to do some things. And so I'm also trying to write some code to make that better, because I'm actually, if it happens, because we got to see what happens with the pandemic, but I'm supposed to speak in France. I'm supposed to do an all-day workshop in France about gremlin databases and all kinds. And what I'd love to do is I'd love to be able to have a new tool that I started working on, and that's what we're working on here too, along with the Lego things, right? So we're kind of mixing some things. A new tool that makes working with gremlin databases so much easier. All right, so I've got my constructor. I got a lot of red squigglies because this is just code we copied in here. I'm not actually calling a method. That's not a very good name. We are going to say we're going to have let's have a private what I do want is a private gremlin client. Oh, did I? Oh, that is not a good name. Because this is a... Oh no, it's a gremlin server. No, it is a gremlin client. Yeah, let's rename this. This is not a good name. Use C# to write an AI that needs Python specifically. Can you use C# to write an AI? So you can use C#. As a matter of fact, there is what's called ML.net, machine learning.net, right? That the Microsoft published that actually allows you to do some really nice stuff. But with that being said, Python is actually better suited for machine learning / AI, right? Just the way how the coding constructs, it actually lends itself better to doing it. So yeah, you could definitely do it, and I have done some stuff that is using some machine learning libraries, but I haven't actually written machine learning in and of itself. But I say that, but I haven't. But actually, I had an employee in the last company I worked for who did, right? Now he did some of it in Python, some of it.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Duck Butter. Thank you for that follow. So you can definitely do it, but Python definitely works better for that. C++, I mean, C++, definitely. I mean, just like you do with C Sharp. I gotta admit, you don't normally hear about people using C++ to do most of them, at least the machine learning. Now, but I'd be willing to bet the stuff underneath that is running the engines, that like that Python code, I bet you that's running C++. I haven't really thought about that. All right, I gotta rename this. This is just gonna be a bad name because it's kind of confusing. So instead of Gremlin client, yeah, I was saying it's funny. I hadn't really thought about it, but all right, Duck Buddy, you're just getting into coding. Well, awesome. Well, welcome. Definitely feel free to ask questions. Right? It's I mean, I've been writing code for a long time, but I'm still learning. Right? That's one of the awesome things about software development. But so definitely welcome. All right. So the reason why I want to rename this is because, sure enough, the Gremlin library I need to use actually has a Gremlin client. So let's call this instead. Yes, data scientists definitely love Python. It's interesting because I really thought that R was going to take off. And it's definitely used, but Python has definitely taken over the data science world. I mean, by an incredible amount. Hard to remember and hard to work through a solution by writing code. So, all right, so Doc, I mean, here's the thing about that. Number one of the things I see a lot of times with no. As a matter of fact, one of the reasons why hold on, Doc. One of the reasons why Python works well with machine learning is because of the way how it's structured, it actually is faster, right? That's because it's not going through some of the stuff that C# has to go through. But okay, back to Duck Butter. One of the things I usually see with newer folks, and I mentor folks, right, is it is definitely faster to write. Yes, is that a lot of times they try to tackle too much at one time, right? So try to make sure you take things in simpler chunks, right? And I say this, I do this as as someone who's been writing code for 40 some odd years, right? I try to simplify my code, write it in little bits and chunks. It's incredible the number of console apps that I create just to test something a little small piece before I put it into a bigger piece, right? And test theories out. As a matter of fact, I mean that's what I was doing last night, right? So now there's actually ignore that. There's 256 lines of code in here, but that's also because I copied and pasted a lot of this, right? But I was just wrote a little console app last night to help me figure something out. All right, All right. And of course, the probably hardest thing in software development is naming things. I'm going to call this. I think for now, I'm just going to call this Gremlin Helper. And I'm okay with that. I know it. Hey, Orion. Well, one, welcome. And two, you know what? I'm glad you did that. Not that I was going to stand up, but I could use getting up and standing up, which is usually what I do with the posture check. Oh. Nice part of having a standing desk. Well, no problem, Duck Butter. Yeah, well, sure enough, I gotta watch out naming things around McNerdius, right? That's why the last project we worked on had the main class was called Whopper. It was all McNerdius' fault, but I did like the name, so I kept it. All right, for now I'm gonna call this Gremlin Helper. And for those, I should say, for those who do not know the reference of Whopper, it's WOPR, which is from War Games. All right, yeah, that's the Whopper. Which there you go, the War Operation Plan Response. So why not? We wrote a Twitch bot, so why not have the main class called Whopper? Never seen that? Yeah. So I tell you what, this is an awesome movie from the 80s. 1983, so early 80s. All right. I definitely say check this movie out. Whopper cheese, no onions. That's my order. I absolutely love this movie. It's a great movie. It's probably been a year or two since I watched it. I'm going to have to probably do another rewatch of this sometime soon. The funny thing is I do not like raw onions. I love caramel onions, right? Caramel onions on a burger is awesome. But I don't like raw onions in anything, right? No, not when they're raw. See, that's my wife, right? That's why I like if we go out to eat and if I get a burger, if it includes onions, my wife will always take the onions. She loves eating those onions. Now, again, though, if I can get grilled onions. No, it's more of the texture. Yeah, it's the texture and the taste. I don't like the taste of raw onions. It's but like it's like caramel onions all day long. Love caramel onions. All right, I'm gonna go back to here real quick, and I'm gonna copy this code again, so I might have accidentally screwed it up. All right. I'm not a big fan of the taste either, though. We're working on the Lego inventory system. Although right now, this is more of getting a C# to read a Gremlin database. Did I say a Gremlin inventory system? A Lego, or maybe I said Lego inventory system. Okay. I do like it. I'm standing up, and of course my dog literally laid his head right next to my foot, so I gotta watch out. Lego Gremlins. As far as I know, there is no DB provider for Gremlin. But I gotta admit, I don't think I've ever looked it up. That's just going to be talking about Gremlin. Yeah, there's not. Now, there was. So here's the thing. Dealing with Gremlin, so the query language is a little bit different, right? So, like, if we look at this, like, here's a query. Now, this is a little bit more of a complicated query. But there's, like, there's no built, the level 1 stuff. There's no simple way of writing these queries, right? Very few people really I found have worked with graph databases. It's still kind of a newer, well, it's not really a newer thing. It's been around for decades. I will say Neo4j is a whole lot more popular than Gremlin. But because I work with Cosmos, I'm working with Gremlin, right? Because that's the graph database they support. So I was going to say, for a couple of years, I was actually using a library, a package that was available on well, it was a NuGet package, but also in GitHub. And yeah, there is no entity framework for graph database. That is for sure. I mean, they just got entity framework. Number one, they just got entity framework for Cosmos Core. But it doesn't really work well for entity. But I was working, I had to stop because things got in the way. I want to start this back up. I was working on a ORM for Gremlin, and I kind of got too deep in the woods, and I needed to take a step back. And I'm really kind of hoping this work I'm doing right now can kind of help me get to the, more into that point. I gotta admit, I never noticed the April's LOL emoji. I like that emoji. All right, so what we're gonna do? So we're gonna have this constructor. Hold on, I want to look at something real quick. Go back to the docs real quick. But I want to look at the core, which is a SQL API. So trying to remember, let's see here. Yeah, Cosmos client equals, it's just that simple. And okay, they are doing the constructor. Okay, then we're going to do it the same way. Okay, so we're going to have a private okay, so what I'm going to need to do is this is going to need to implement the iDisposable. See, maybe you could add to DB monad, but I guess so I think the problem is, I mean, at least most of the things I've seen with DB providers, it's more of relational databases. Now, it's not to say you can't be a NoSQL database, but the Gremlin gets a whole, So here's the thing to think about Gremlin. Let me pull this thing up. Okay, Visio, come on. Actually, I can delete this page. So like here's how I was modeling this database, right? And so in Gremlin, you have your and really I'm getting two different hydrates. Okay, hold on a second. So there's for Ryan. There's for Oren. All right, so you have these your vertices, which represent the objects, right? So set, theme, part, category, color, right? But then you have your relationships, which are excuse me, I've got to sneeze. All right, excuse me. So you have your relationships, and in Gremlin, it's called edges. And one of the things that I think would make doing something like a document DB hard, or I'm not document DB, DB provider, is that these are objects also, right? It's not like a SQL database where it's not constraints, right? There actually are documents, because actually all of these are documents, right? So like, for example, I've taken this database here, except for the minifigs. I'm going to put minifigs in. I'm not doing minifigs at the moment, but I put this in here, and this actually represents all of the Lego sets and parts that have ever been made, that at least Rebrickable knows of, right? I mean, there's potential that there's something missing, but in theory, all the sets are in there, right? So in order to do that, because, there's like, here, we can look this up. Downloads, oh, right here, Lego database. So like sets, at least as of the other day, when last I downloaded this file, there were 16,654 sets in there. All right, and then there's 36,000 parts, right? So really, I think there's like 65,000, if I remember right, objects, right? When we look at the sets and parts and colors and all that kind of stuff, right? So these big circles. But then there's another 500,000 of the lines, right? And those are documents. So and that's actually one of the big benefits of Gremlin databases is that these are, they're first class. They are documents in themselves. So with that being said, I haven't looked, but I would think that trying to do a DB provider could be kind of hard because of that. All right, so we need to implement the disposable. I'm gonna purposely leave it not implement yet because I'm not doing anything with it yet. And in here, we're going to have a Gremlin client. Actually, why did they do it that way? No, that is the way how I want to do this. All right, and then we're going to have a public Gremlin client, and this will be a get Gremlin client. Whoops. Actually, yeah, I don't need this. So I'm going to do a Gremlin client called Gremlin client, and we're going to have a get, and we're going to have a init. So a init, if you haven't worked with C#9 yet, that's a new thing in C#9. Basically said it's the same thing as a set, except for it can only be set in your initializer, hence a init, right? So I'm like constructor. So we're going to pass those in, and then we're going to do our connection work. Yeah, this just got released in November, right? So it's really new. And I don't really see a whole lot of folks using it yet. But I do a lot of stuff where I'm doing, immutable objects, And so knit makes a lot of sense. All right. Now I will say, and I showed this earlier, but long time earlier, we are actually working with .NET 6.
Welcome to TaleLearnCode. How was your stream?
Wow, we're getting ready again. Hey, welcome. Welcome, 425 show. Awesome. Well, you all were doing a later stream than normal. Well, welcome everyone. Welcome from, thank you for joining us. Hope you all had a great time over at the 425 show. Definitely, you saw the shout out for there. So the 425 show is it's a cut with Sean. I mean, did you just now get here? Now you're going to be right back. But 425 show, sure enough, I mean they do a lot of stuff about identity, right? So mostly Microsoft identity. Really good stream there. Definitely tell you to check that out. Yeah, that's why I say I see you coming in the raid, and then it's like, all right, I'll be right back. So for those coming in, what we're working on is application to manage Lego sets. Well, more important, Lego parts. All right. So I can keep track of what Lego parts I have, and so let's say, here's like one of the reasons why we want to do this. Let's say I go to like Rebrickable, right? Well, Rebrickable's a good place. Let's say I look up, I just look up building. I don't know, so one of the things you could do on this Rebrickable site, like I can say, okay, let's say I wanted to build something that's not premium. Not that it really matters for this discussion. Well, anyway, let's say I just want to build this, which that actually is pretty nice looking. You actually, here you can see it'll cost me €15. But I could actually, I could download these instructions, right, and get things. But now I need the Lego parts to build this, right? And so what I want is to, if I need to order Lego parts, okay, we'll compare what I already have. So basically take the part list from here, and then okay, I already have these parts. So here's what I need to order, right? That's really what I'm trying to boil this down to, right? Is that ability. Because, what I've already found, and even though I've just started doing mocks and or building non-official Lego, I'm using official Lego parts, but building, non-Lego sets, right? Taking instructions like this, right? So, which are called secs, right? Someone else's creations. I'm just getting started. So, even this, just as long as I've been doing it, which is now 4 or 5 months I've started doing it, I've already done stuff where I've ordered the same part twice, right? Because I forgot I had the part, right? And Lego parts are not cheap, right? So if I don't have to order them again, that's a good thing. But along with that, we're working with Cosmos, but in particular the Gremlin API Cosmos, so a graph database. So that's actually what we're trying to write right now is the logic to get data to and from that Gremlin database. The reader interface, exactly. Well, actually, I think the reader would be almost easier. To be the writer, it would be really interesting. At least when I was working, I was building a Gremlin ORM, and I'm gonna pick that project back up. And it was the writing that was harder than the reading. And I was showing when the raid came in. I was showing I'm actually playing with .NET 6. I'm not so far. I haven't played with any of the new. I don't even know. To be honest with you, I don't even know what all's new in .NET 6. I've read the documents, but I don't remember. But one of the things I'm actually testing as I'm doing this is the fact that it just works, right? I don't have to, I can write the code the same way and it just works. I'm testing those kind of things. Because I will say I had a conversation with someone high up in Microsoft about, why should I start using .NET 5 if it's not, a long-term support release? And his answer to me was, well, here's the thing. Going to .NET 6, You're literally just going to have to change the compiler option, and bam, it's going to work, right? So I'm kind of testing that a little bit. Now, grant you, this is only preview 1, right? This is really early, right? .NET comes out in November, so we're still really early in the game. All right, and then sure enough, I have a bunch of red squigglies because I just copy code. I'm not really going to have a method called method. I just need to put code here because I took the documentation code and pasted here so that I can kind of build what I need to build out of it. And the one thing that is not here so far, I have talked to Cosmos team. They're thinking about it, but they don't have their own. There's not an Azure SDK for working with the Gremlin database, which means that's why I was looking this up a moment ago. Let's see, I've got too many browsers open now. Yeah, so like here, this Cosmos client, which only works on the core API, it makes it very simple to connect, right? I literally, that one line of code connects my database, right? And gets me a client, right? So I'm kind of trying to get to that point. And because naming's hard, I called it Gremlin Helper. I actually was going to call it Gremlin Client, but the gremlin.net that is the official package to use, it has a Gremlin Client. So, and I kind of want to reduce that confusion. Although I might I might still change this back to Gremlin Client. Sean, it sounds like you're having a busy evening. So you're now on your third social activity for the evening. So Bicep, yeah. Have they come up with the new? Have they announced the name for that yet? The new name for that yet? And I'm purposely not saying it because that was NDA information. But I don't know if they've actually. And I to be honest with you, actually, I forgot the. Yeah. And I gotta admit, I kind of forgot what the name they were thinking about. I do know the MVP community didn't really like it. Yeah, no, well, not just technically, it is still in preview. Bicep's pretty cool. So Bicep, so Azure has the ARM, right? The Azure Resource Manager templates, which you can do some really cool stuff on automatically creating your Azure resources. So, like for example, a company I work for, we sell software, right, as a service, and when you sign up, we're actually able to create your whole account. I think it's within 7 minutes, and that includes in creating all your Azure resources. And we're using ARM templates for that, right? Well, Bicep's is the next iteration of that, and of course that's Project Bicep. But again, the idea, it was you had ARM, so now you have a Bicep, right?
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Well, there's still a lot that has to describe it. And hey, Roger Pulver, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for following. All right, let's see. So I'm working on what at the moment is called Gremlin Helper. I think I'm going to change this to Gremlin Client here in a little bit. Matter of fact, I think I'm going to go ahead and change it now. Well, no, I'm going to call it Gremlin. No. That's a good way of looking at it. Yeah. ARM isn't changing, but Bicep will only get better. Yeah. No, that's a good way of looking at it. Gremlin Handler. I kind of like the connotation there. You know what? Gremlin handler. I like that connotation there. All right, now Kobajan, you're now getting to be like Gremlin Strangler. Yeah, no. Let's not do that. And I'm not going to do. Was it Mo? I forgot how you pronounce that. So I've only done it a little bit with AWS, and most of my work with AWS that I've personally done has been to compare it against the Azure offerings. So like for example, like I do a lot of stuff with Azure functions, right? So I'll go and do some stuff with Lambdas to kind of see the differences, right? Now, with it being said, so where I'm at right now, we're hosting in both AWS and Azure. And this isn't, we publicly state this, so I'm not stating anything that's private. But we, it was one of those decisions, the AWS part was done before they made the decision, before they made the complete decision to cloudify everything. And AWS actually is costing more money. So we're actually saving money with with Azure, and we're also getting we're getting a little bit better service with it. It depends on what you're setting up, right? But like the virtual machines, we're paying a fortune for our virtual machines. Now, granted, they're big boxes, right? Because they're running big databases. Yeah, I can imagine, Sean. I really can. All right, so there. Yeah, I like that. Gremlin Handler. I think that's going to be a good name. And then because I need that setting of Gremlin Client, because that's what we're really going to need. And then in my dispose, we're going to say if Gremlin settings isn't null, then we're going to do Gremlin settings dot dispose. Not Gremlin settings. Let's try that again. If Gremlin client isn't null, then we're going to do Then we're going to do Gremlin client dot dispose. All right, actually, now I'm going to try to sit down. Of course, the dog's in my way. Also, fix my green screen here. Just a second, folks. There we go. Of course, I'm going to have to be sideways because my dog's in my way. What happened said, my wife walked behind me. All right. And I'm just... Yeah, he's right here at my... So, I'm a little bit off-center because I don't want to crush my dog. All right, there we go. So that's what that's why I have it disposed, so I can dispose that Gremlin client. And then, let's see here. Let's actually just take all of this. Get rid of this. And now let's get this in here. You know what? I probably don't need... Not probably. I don't really need that. I'm only going to need it in here in this constructor. All right. So, Oh, awesome. So you're getting ready to add, excuse me. Excuse me. Let me get some water here. Getting ready to add another city to your database. Awesome. For folks who don't know, C Films, who's a regular here on this channel, he actually maintains a website that like shows you like information about films originally from Seattle, hence the name C Films. Although he's been expanding out to other places in Washington. I think I heard you say that you've got like Portland, I think. All right, Gremlin settings database name. Whoops. I'm actually going to change the way how they're doing this, but piece by piece. Container name. Okay, we don't need that console line print. All right, here we're creating this. So we're going to have gremlin settings.host. Oops. Gremlin settings.port. Gremlin settings.enable.ssl. Okay, and then this is going to be gremlin settings.account key. Okay. Now, let's see here. I don't really need to create a whole nother string for this. We could just do this. Oops. Because this is the only place that string is used. Let's just do it in here. And then, because this is not the way how I like interpolating my strings, there we go. So I like that format better. All right, so that creates these, and then I'm actually gonna make one more change here. Let's see here. Well, first off, well, anyone who's watched me long enough knows I don't like the var command. And it, sure enough, another thing in C#9 is I don't have to say that again. And because I have things going off the screen, I like doing it like this, right? It makes... it doesn't like the spelling. Yeah, it's telling me that it's the spell checker, which sometimes the spell checker is usually pretty good, but stuff like that, it kind of messes up. All right, there we go. So there, now we've created the Gremlin server. We're gonna have connection pool settings. Yeah, here we're creating that. And this is just gonna be missing a using statement. Again, I'd rather do that. Okay. Like I said, I mean, this is kind of some of the annoying parts. There's a lot of things you got to do to connect to Gremlin. Really be nice if Microsoft would make this easier on us. Although, I gotta say, I mean, this isn't really Microsoft's fault. It's Gremlin, right? I mean, it's all right. And then what I'm gonna say, so Gremlin client equals new. There we go. And then you pass all those values. Okay. And there we go. We got rid of all our red squiggles. We have, let's see, what do we got? Oh, let's see. Let's check these messages we got here. Change is supposed to call. Okay, that would make sense to do. So, you know, if we, oops, I don't want to suppress it. Call GC suppress finalize. This will prevent derived types include a finalizer from needing to re-implement. Okay, so just kind of curious where. I admit I don't write disposable stuff very often. Oh, okay. That. Oh, never mind. That all violates it. What is the difference here? Ah, okay. So there. There we go. All right. And then, oh, yeah. You even see, you know, code analysis will tell me, hey, you can simplify this, right? Because, like I say, C# now allows me to do that. All right. So I think that gives us what we've now called the gremlin handler. So we've got. Settings, I'm just reading over this real quick, make sure it's not overly complicated code, but it's definitely something I don't have to keep on doing, right? All right, so there, I've got that now. And sure enough, this is something you create this. You're going to create this once, right? This would be like in your startup. Right, you're gonna inject this, create that, and then move forward. Right, you're not gonna, this isn't gonna be one of those things where you're going to keep on creating it, right? Because you don't really want to keep on creating connections. All right, let's add some quick documentation here. Handles connections to the to a Cosmos DB gremlin database. Actually, true. But I'm kind of keeping it here because literally, this is the documentation code. I do feel, yeah, those are off. So you are right, but I think I'm just going to leave it like that. Partially because I kind of like, kind of keeps this thing simple. Let's see here. Well, the name is just a little bit different, but get the sets, a mechanism for submitting gremlin requests to the Cosmos DB gremlin graph. Sure enough, actually, this would work on any, not just Cosmos, a gremlin database in Cosmos. Although I've had a couple of things that kind of not hard coded, but kind of make it for Cosmos. And I'm fine with that because dispose method here. This doesn't return anything. Yeah, see we have a spelling mistake here. Okay. So now I have that. Now the next thing I need again, looking at this, and and again, we want to get to the point. We want to make this whole thing easier to. Because, like I say, with Gremlin, I get each property value, I get a list of values, and it's because a property can have multiple values within one object. That is allowed in Gremlin. So okay, I think what we're going to do here, we'll look at this submit request. All right, which is really just returning. Okay, well, that's not really doing that much. This gets called by this method. Yeah. And here's where, okay, yeah, I want a mix of these two things. Okay, so let's take that, copy it over here. We're not going to be printing the attributes, status attributes. I'm going to add a to-do in here. You know, it really should just be that. But then why are we catching that? I mean, if we're going to do all, if all we're going to do is throw it, then it doesn't make sense to catch it. They were catching it because they were printing out status codes. But I'm not, I'd rather handle it somewhere, in the where it gets used. Okay, I know I changed this. It'll just be a string. Okay, and then yeah, this is gonna be private. Hey, Swarm Collective, how's it going? How's your day been going, Swarm? Things are going well here, Sure enough, because we got some newer folks, since I began. I was talking about, I actually had a really, really good day, and the reason, bored with Haskell? Oh, Actually, I had someone take me out to lunch today, just to thank me for all the stuff I do in the community. And then we talked about because it's someone who's trying to get into software development. They're learning, and so asking for advice and that kind of stuff. And it was just really it's just a really nice time, right? To spend an hour with someone who's trying to get started, and then to be thanked for for what I do, just because I like doing it anyways. Hey, Tech Workbench, how you doing? I'm doing awesome. All right, so we're gonna have this private method to submit this request. Although, really at that point, I don't know if it makes sense to have that, because then we're gonna come up to here. So I'm gonna take, just copy this. And we're gonna have a public. Oh, how is this gonna work? Actually, so Tech Workbench, I figured I don't have to do it. And so sure enough, let me get to, here's how you query this in Gremlin to do like a wildcard search. I have to do multiple steps here, right? But that allowed me to do that wildcard search, and then I have an OR to then search for like against parts and number, the name, set number, or the part number. Inception. I don't know. Are you referring to the fact that I still haven't watched Inception? I'm gonna try to watch it over the weekend, but I didn't get a chance this past weekend. Oh, looks like Link. There's some similarities, right? There's definitely some similarities. I will say, here, let me just create a new. Oops. Come on. Okay. I love it. It'll create a second copy of the document when I don't want it to. No, not really. So here, let's go. Let's go to the portal. Yeah, GraphQL and graph databases are two completely different things. Matter of fact, when I do presentations about graph databases, usually within the first couple of minutes, I talk about, hey, this is not GraphQL, right? It has nothing to do with GraphQL. So yeah, if we go here and go to Data Explorer. Oops. To the graph. So sure enough, to give you an idea, right? So if I run this query, to do this, so it costs 98 RUs, right? So it's not the cheapest request, right? 98 is, I would consider to be a problem child, but you're definitely, it's you're definitely getting up there, right? I'm curious. Let's see. Because this will return a whole lot more stuff. That's why I want to see this. Are you talking about like an interface that, like the portal I'm using right now? So here, now we start seeing some impact, right? Yeah, I don't do anything with OnlyFans. You don't want me on OnlyFans. In the code. I'm sure there'll be interfaces, but I really haven't gotten to that yet. So I will say, this brings up an interesting situation, right? Now 1,200 RUs, that's quite a bit, right? I might have to like put a limit, right? Like you have to have X number of characters. An interface to call the query. Maybe. I don't know. I honestly haven't gotten to that point. But I'm glad you asked about the requests are coming back, instantaneous, right? So it's not, it's definitely, the speed is there. And oh, hey, Harold, how's it going? Oh, yeah. Although apparently we rated you at a horrible time because you were having such bad luck with your that was a really large lag. I'm thinking delay. That's not the word I want. I want lag. That was minutes of lag. So yeah, it was funny because like because of course in chat we're talking about it. And then Sean's like, "Oh, I'm calling him right. I'm on the phone with him right now, right?" And I'm sitting there like, I'm looking at him. He's not on the phone right now. And then like 3 or 4 minutes later, you see you picking up the phone. Oh, hey, Sean. I'm like, yeah, that's a large lag there. See, I'm gonna probably want to do something to kind of restrict this, right? Because this, if I got a bunch of people doing this, right, and we could, exactly. I like those bad Chinese karate movies from the 70s. I like watching those a lot of times. Because this obviously we could have problems with this. We need to think about this. We're returning the data real quick. Just curious. So, if I do just one, and again, obviously these are all returning more and more things. Remember, I might get a 429. No? Oh, yeah, I got a 429. Although it was only 2,300 RUs. Although that's interesting. It's a 429. Well, is it a 429? Hold on. Let's look down here. Or maybe. Oh no, maybe it did work. Okay, no, it worked. It was 2,300. It's just the portal is like that's too many responses because obviously there's gonna be a ton of stuff that contains one, right? So. Yeah, no, I'm not going to OnlyFans. So there's no question about that. I would probably have to pay people if I went on OnlyFans. Well, look at this query. I'm going to kill that query. Okay, so let's see this again. So if we run this, Oh, I've got a query that's going crazy right now. There we go. All right. But look, I mean, can I? It's still trying to process the previous request. Because look, it's doing. You can actually see. Look, the portal's actually 11 billion. Well, luckily, I'll get a 429 before that. There we go. We cleared it out. All right, now let's execute that again. Yeah, now we're seeing response rates what we expect, and sure enough, so that's 98 RUs. And like I said, that's not too bad. What was the number I'm actually looking for? .64. And I would assume that's, yeah, it's just going to return the one thing. And it returned the one thing, I mean, that's 89 RUs. So it's not the cheapest request, right? Now I wonder, I'm kind of curious, if I do starting with, kind of curious if this makes a, oops. Look at that. Which makes sense, right? Because obviously this is going to be a cheaper request. So I kind of wonder, maybe I just do starting with, not a containing, right? That actually, well, no, I don't really want to do that. Maybe, you know, if you search for, you know what I could do? If you search for just a number, we could do a starting with. If you search for a word, then we could do a contains. Because like you know, again, if we look at this, right, I want to be able to search for like garage, all right? You know, because obviously if I do garage, and you know what, I think this is case sensitive, which is a problem. But we can fix that. Garage. Yeah, that's not going to return anything, and it cost me 6 RUs to do that request. And again, the thing to remember about RUs, right? I mean, that is, you know, the minimum RU that you can have, that you can figure is 400 RUs. That resets every second, right? So, you know, I used 6.23 of the 400 RUs within that second, right? So yeah, we definitely gotta, when we get to that point, we need
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Chronix 6692. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really actually do. Tell you what, we're quickly getting that 1,000. We're gonna have to do something special for 1,000 followers. I got a little bit of time to think about it, but we'll definitely have to do something special. I will say I gotta get plans made, but I will do something for my birthday. I mean, it's my normal streaming day anyways. Excuse me. So wow, that's just 2 weeks away. I do need a 1,000 minute stream. You're killing me. Oh, that's only 16 hours. That's not bad. I could do that. I mean, all right. Well, what if I did a 1,400 minute stream? How's that sound? So I will say this. I need to talk to my wife about this also, right? Because I know she wants to do something for my birthday. Although I don't think we're gonna do anything on my actual birthday because so we're Catholic. My birthday's on Friday. It's on Friday this year. Yeah, no, I've never done rug roll. I'm kind of afraid to even try. I could go 24 hours straight. It wouldn't be too bad. Like I said, I need to talk to my wife, but I'm actually thinking, and I'm trying to decide how exactly to do this. I'm thinking about doing a 25-hour stream, right? Because of course, I can't just do a 24-hour stream, right? I'm thinking like doing a 25-hour stream, and of course, part of that is basically an hour for each 2 years I've been alive, right? That's kind of the thought, right? But I need to talk to my wife about that tomorrow. Because like I say, we'll probably actually celebrate my birthday on the Saturday. So my birthday's March 12th. So like I said, 2 weeks. I just chugged the whole thing. Oh my goodness. Well, like I say, you only turn 50 once, right? So, figure you gotta do it right. So, I actually do need to figure out because when I do that, I need to take the day off also from work, which that won't be a problem. Especially, I like it. We were just informed last week that we now have. It's not. They called it flexible PTO, but the term you normally hear is whatchamacallit, unlimited PTO, right? So that's a nice little fact. Actually, I don't even think I've told that to my wife yet. Probably should let her know that. Well, 50 is halfway to 100, yes. I mean, I guess it's, I guess we'll have to see, one, if Twitch is still around. Two, whether I'm still around. What are you saying? The 50s is old? Well, Harold, I don't know what you're saying. He's a young man. Well, that's the thing. To say I don't feel 50 would not be a correct statement. All right? I mean, there you go. Hunter will both do an OnlyFans show. There you go. Ryan, and I know you can sympathize with this, right? So, I remember back in the Marine Corps days, right? And you thought about the gunnery sergeants, right? The E7s, the E6s, the E7s, the E8s, or the the colonels, and thinking like, oh my goodness, those are the old men, and they're not, they were like 35 years old, right? They're not that old, right? 35, 40, right? Because I remember when I was working for Army recruiting, and I'd be walking down the hallway, and you walk past a general, and you're like, dude, that general's only like 2 years older than I am, right? All right. We've got our submit request. Did I didn't want to do that. I want to go. Yeah, I did want to do that. Make sure we. Any picks? Hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold on. Well, let's see here real quick. No, I'm not that old, despite what my daughter might think. Hold on just a second. Let me. Oops. Let's see here. Is it in here? Yeah, presentations. How to be a leader. Because I think it's in here. Yeah, here we go. There you go. That is me in boot camp. So, there you go. There you get to see me. No hair. You know, this is, I want to say like 2 weeks in. I mean, it's pretty early in the boot camp. They take these pictures. It's funny. So the blouse that we're wearing, you know, it's it actually it goes to like right here, right? It's just below where, you know, where the picture line is, and they're literally, and it's actually clipped in the back. Yeah, pictures before the bruises and scars. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, that was me when I had no clue what I was doing. So I was stationed at El Toro, which is no longer around. That's in Southern California. But I was with an F-18 squadron, and we were always on the move. We went, we went to the Pacific twice. Which would mean, Iwakuni, Okinawa, where else would we go? Guam, Australia, Korea, been to Thailand, Singapore. Yeah, I think that's everywhere we deployed. Yeah, Okinawa was nice, right? And of course, now when you say Okinawa base, there's a bunch of Okinawa bases. I mean, it's literally just base after base after base. I haven't been to all of the Okinawan bases, but I've been to a bunch of them. Because when we go to Okinawa, we were at Kadena, which was like the nicest base of them all. Of course, it was Air Force, right? But then, because of my job, I would have to have business that I had to do at Fatima and was Miyagi-Do there. So Miyagi-Do would actually take place outside of the main Okinawa. So sure enough, I kind of wonder about this. I don't actually know the answer to this. Okinawa. So, I mean, because, yeah, Okinawa is a prefecture. Air Force Base. Which is Kadena. I'm actually looking, what is the city? I don't know if it's actually be here. Like I said, I never knew what city we were in. Oh, it's the city of Okinawa. Okay.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, let me try that again. Syntax Mange. So yeah, Kadena. This was a really nice base. Well, I shouldn't oversell. It was a nice base. All right. I've definitely been on nicer bases. It's a big base. Because I mean, look at those. Those are really long strips. I want to say they're like, yeah, 12,000 feet. Those are long runways, right? But I will say, quick little story. So we were, so I was with an F-18 squadron, right? And we were actually having dogfighting competitions with the Air Force that was stationed at Kadena. And it was really neat. They were doing 1-on-1s, 2-on-2s, and 4-on-4s. All right. And, and obviously simulated, aerial combat. And our pilot, a bunch of our pilots were really upset because they had to fly with fuel tanks, right? And because we didn't have, surprise, surprise, we're getting ready to have a competition with the Air Force, and all of a sudden they don't seem to have any fuel tank racks for us, right? So we're like, well, we're like, gentlemen, we don't have any fuel tank racks, so you're going to have to fly with the fuel tanks on the aircraft, which of course adds drag to the planes, right? So these pilots were all upset. They're like, well, you're setting me up for failure, right? How am I supposed to do this? We actually had a couple said we're going to eject those fuel tanks when we get up in the air. And we're like, sir, if you do that, we can't get back to Iwakuni, right? We need those fuel tanks, right? So all the aircraft took off, do these different combats, and what would happen is once the combats were done and they would fly back, they would actually do a flyover of the base, and the winner of each fight led, right, and then the loser was behind, right? And it was so awesome because we won like 2/3 of the battles, right? And the coolest was there was actually a 1-on-1 fight that had, the pilot was actually flying with 3 fuel tanks on his plane, and he won a 1-on-1 battle. That was just awesome to see that plane come across the airfield in the lead. So, of course, that was one of the things about the F-18. It was designed to fight with armament, right? So, it actually helped our pilots a lot because, they were forced to fly with, more on them than they would normally, which, they would have to fly if they were in real combat. They would, they'd be flying, not necessarily with fuel tanks, but they'd be flying with, with bombs. And that was one of the things, the reason why the Navy, Marine Corps, in particular the Marine Corps, wanted the F-18s was that the F-18 could fight its way in and fight its way back out, right? So you look at like my squadron before was whatchamacallit? Oh, me? No, I was not a pilot. No, it'd be reason because Sean's pretty. He does a lot with helicopters, so it's that's why I saw that message, and I didn't think anything of that question. No, I worked in the aircraft. I did paperwork for the aircraft. But what was I going to say? Well, I completely lost thought of what I was saying. Flying model airplanes, yeah. Oops. Oh, just a second. I dropped my cap. Where did the cap go? Oh well, I'll find that cap later. I gotta make sure I don't hit my glass, my cup there. But no, yeah, that wrong channel. And I don't even have that image up here. Hold on a second. We can at least play the image. Except for I don't actually have it loaded on the machine. Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Hold on a second. Just to show this off. Because I really do like this thing. Hold on. Streamer Studio. I just want to get to a point where I wasn't worried about showing files. Where are my alerts? Panels, emotes. Oh, I think it's in here. Yeah. Preview. So here you go. Here's my my brick drop. So, I did not see that, Oren, but that is it's brought by Tech Systems. But I tell you what, I've seen some crazy things, right? I've seen like A6s with with like humongous holes in them, and where literally people are standing in the hole, right? And the A6 landed, it's pretty amazing what these fighter aircraft can do, or military aircraft can do. I will say, so that one's cool. I mean, because a lot of you were on here while I was working on the bot that's showing these alerts. So like here's my oof. That's when I make a mistake. Let's take a look at this here. Whoops.
In 3 years of its first flight, the Eagle has broken...
Let's see here. Well, I don't know if that was actual cockpit footage, but that wasn't. Wow, holy crap. Look at that. Now that is amazing. Oh my goodness. That whole wing is gone. You weren't joking when you said the whole wing is gone. The F-18 is a monster. It is horrible to hear. They're called screaming eagles, and there's a reason, right? I mean, they've got an annoying screaming sound. Yeah, this is the actual cockpit footage. But here's what I was actually pretty impressed with. I mean, look at him land this thing. That is not... I mean, now granted, you see him with the stick. And they're over dramatized, but look, that is not that much moving around. That is... Like, you ever see the carrier landings, right? I mean, they move around more than that. That is... that's pretty darn amazing. Wow, look at that. Well, he would have, partially because, I mean, so they normally come in at what, like, I think 130 miles an hour when they land. He was probably coming in, I bet you he was coming in about 150, 170. Partially because he wouldn't have been able, he wouldn't have been able to slow down as much. Now, he did have the air brake up, though. I saw that. Yeah, because you can see. Where was it? Where is that picture of the? You don't see it there. Well, I did see where his air brake was deployed, which was helping him slow down. Yeah. But on top of it, he wouldn't want to have slowed down too much because of fear of stalling, right? Because, I mean, oh my God, you stall and you're dead, right? I mean, you're not dead because you're not, I mean, it's not Well, yeah, because if he stalled, he was stalled like 40 feet up, and it's not like you're going to be able to eject. And to grant you, I'm sure he dumped his fuel, so he probably had barely any fuel in that aircraft. Well, that's flying a missile. That's the F4. The joke with the F4s, which if you've never seen an F4, I mean, amazing aircraft, right? But the joke about these aircraft is that pilots would say that it was proof that if you put enough thrust behind a cylinder block, it'll fly. Because these things had a glide ratio of nothing, right? I mean, they were horrible about it. Use the F4s or the F-15s? I mean, they use both. Yeah. Like I said, the F4 was a really good aircraft. Again, I talked about the sound of the F-15s. The F4s, it is incredible because, like I said, it's a massive engine, right? And I remember the Warthogs were really neat. I really liked what they did with the Warthog program. But I remember I was we were in Iwakuni, which was when we would go overseas, that was our base station. As a matter of fact, actually, my squadron that I was stationed with is now permanently stationed at Iwakuni. But at any rate, this is when the F-4s were still flying. Although I actually think this was a Japanese F-4 squadron. But there was a squadron, and they were taking off every morning at like 8 o'clock in the morning. And I was working night crew, right? So we were, we didn't get to sleep. We didn't go to bed till about 6 or 7 in the morning, right? But every morning we were woken up by those aircraft that were like probably 2 to 3 miles away from our barracks. But when you had 10 of them starting up at the same time, oh my goodness, the noise they made. I was in the Marine Corps for 4 years. Well, all right. Technically, I was in the Marine Corps for 8 years, but I was on active duty for 4 years, 4 months, and then I was in inactive reserves for 3 years, 8 months. That's not true. 4 years, 6 months, so 4.5 years, and then 3.5 years. I mixed in my terminal leave in there. So my contract was for 4.5, or my active duty contract was for 4.5 years. And if you're wondering why why 6 months, it's actually because I extended my contract. I was given the choice. My contract was coming up to end. Our squadron was getting ready to go over to Japan, and I had the choice of either extending my contract for 6 months so the contract would last over the time we were going to meet Japan, or transition to another squadron. And I really wanted to go to Japan, and it's good it did because that's when I met my wife. So, well, not only so some of it was I really did not want to go to the squadron that I was going to have to go to, right? Because for my department it was horrible. But the other part, I wanted one more deployment, right, before getting out. I was ready to get out for various reasons, but I did want one more deployment, one more 6 month, because those were 6 month deployments. But then, like I say, it was fate, because that's where I met my wife on that second deployment. So, yeah, the attitude. Well, that's pilots in general, right? Pilots. There's definitely an attitude to military pilots, right? Of course, I mean, one of the greatest movies out there, the Great Santini, right? Which is about an F-4 pilot, a Marine Corps F-4 pilot. Boy, talk about, this is another movie I have not seen in a long time. Top Gun is really good. I like Top Gun, right? Yeah, obviously, two completely different kind of movies here, right? Great Santini and Top Gun. But as an aviation guy, I like Top Gun. And of course, I was that perfect age. I was, what was I, like 14 years old, 15 years old? No, I must have been 15 or 16 years old when Top Gun came out. Oh, Iron Eagle's awesome. Yes, 86, so I was 15 years old when Top Gun came out. I cannot wait for the new one. I am really looking forward to that. The previews just look awesome. I gotta admit, I like the idea. I mean, and we don't know the whole story, but the idea of a pilot who's such a maverick. Ha ha ha! That's his code name, but or call sign. But that he never got past a captain, right? So I was gonna say Iron Eagle. It must have been maybe a year ago that I watched the original Iron Eagle, and I actually had fun watching it. I mean, you got to take it for what it is, right? I mean, oh, okay. I saw 2017. I'm like, what? That was some TV series or TV episode. I mean, you gotta love the fact you got, some kid who supposedly is able to get good enough to get into an aircraft, right? No, I liked. I don't know. And I think. What did I watch? I know. I don't know, but at the same time, I like some of the cheesy, military movies that are so stupid, right? So F-16s. Well, again, so what this movie came out. Oh yeah, that's right. Came out at the same time. So that's a problem, right? It came at the same time. So I think I was more of a fan of like the F-14s. Just because, I mean, the aircraft was even more glorified in Top Gun than it was in Iron Eagle. Plus, I don't think I saw Iron Eagle until I saw it on video. It's one of the things I remember, is what I actually remember going to the movie theater to see Top Gun. And I remember, because I don't know why I remember, why. I mean, I know part of the reason I remember because of the friends I was with, right? I just remember, I mean, we, a bunch of 14, 15-year-olds who thought they were, who they were all that, right? Because at 14 and 15, you're all that. But movie I liked, and it's so stupid. What was this? Well, number one, I will say, their stealth, right? I actually watched this not too long ago. Again, that's actually got some really nice footage. I really like the idea they did of the blimp refuelers, which is actually something the U.S. has played around with. But what was it like active stealth? Is this the one I'm thinking of? Yeah, which I have on DVD somewhere around here. It's so funny. This is like the cheesiest movie you could ever watch, but it's fun to watch, right? I mean, again, you got to know what you're watching, I mean, again, it's got, Daniel Baldwin is the star, right? So you can already tell what kind of quality movie you got here. But I have to watch this again. Like I say, it was a fun movie to watch. Especially the idea of, this whole idea of like a how an Air Force guy can land his stealth fighter, and then take on like a whole army, right? It's like, okay, whatever, right? I mean, it's honestly, give pilots credit. Most of them, not all of them, but most of them go through SAR training, which or not SAR. What's the one I'm thinking about? The POD training, POW training. Pilot, POW training. There's actually a name for it. Yeah. Survival, evasion, resistance, and escape. Yeah, SEER. I'll tell you what. I mean, as an enlisted person, we gave our pilots a whole lot of crap. But you know what? They all go, especially I know I can't speak for all the forces, but I know for a fact all our Marines went through SEER training. This was the real deal, right? I mean, Yeah, I know. I still need to watch Inception. I'll watch it sometime soon. But yeah, like I say, this is. But going back to most of the pilots, they're outside of doing this, they they were more attitude than anything else. I know we talked about that. I know that. I would actually go to Netflix, but Netflix does the stupid auto preview, and I'm not going to get myself. I'm not going to get a copyright strike on myself. Otherwise, I would go to the Netflix website right now. I know it's there. I have not added to my list though. And again, I don't know why I haven't. I mean, because Inception is like a movie I would enjoy. I don't know, for some reason, I just haven't had a chance to watch it. That is good to note. That is on Netflix, because on Amazon you have to pay for it. Oh, I was trying to remember how we got to the conversation about Inception. It's because we were talking about. I think it's because we were talking about Tom Hardy. I know we were talking about Tom Hardy the other night, and I think that's how Inception came up. Because there was a comment about, Tom Hardy potentially being the next James Bond, and I joked, I'm like, well, since when does James Bond wear a mask, throughout the movie? Because so many things that that Tom Hardy has done, he's been, he's worn a mask, right? At least his big stuff, right? All right, let's see here. I see we're making good progress on this code today, which is good. No, I'm glad that we're having fun here. I gotta say, I just noticed I don't think I know that movie. Warrior? I saw it here somewhere. Huh. I gotta admit, I do not know this movie at all. I don't think I've ever heard of it. I mean, is this like a smaller movie or something? Because like I said, I don't even think I've ever heard of this movie before. About family. Well, I can see that looking at the at the overall synopsis there. See, you're all taking away from all of my cheesy movies. I will say, I did have fun watching the Wonder Woman series. I just finished, like last week, I just finished binging all the Wonder Woman TV shows. It's kind of fun to watch that, to watch it through the progression. Although it is weird, like IMDb listed as 3 seasons, but HBO Max listed as 4. Well, so this is the Wonder Woman from the 70s, all right? So this is Linda Carter. I have not seen the Queen's Gambit yet, but I'm actually interested to see that. So, things like this, like Wonder Woman, I'll watch while I'm doing other things, right? Stuff like the Queen's Gambit, I want to watch that when I actually have time to pay attention to what I'm watching, right? So, that's part of the reason why, like, I'll watch something that, quote unquote lower quality, because like I say, I mean, 1984, it wasn't horrible, right? I think people kind of gave it worse. I mean, it wasn't an awesome movie, that's for sure, right? But I mean, I didn't think it was as bad as people made it out to be. But with that being said, I know C-Films. It's kind of it's just actually, I gotta admit, it's a podcast I listen to, and they've made that joke several times about how, because I don't know, they were talking about Tom Hardy a couple months ago, and maybe it was about the James Bond rumors, and I think they made that, and it was a joke, right? Just how he does so many films where he's in a mask and you can barely understand what he's saying because of the mask and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, this movie wasn't horrible, but the thing is, and surprise, this happens a lot with superhero movies. The villains weren't very well fleshed out. I mean, Pedro Pascal did a good job, but with what he was given, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, she was in the Israeli army, yes. Of course, in Israel, you're conscripted, right? At least I think that. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're still conscript. I'm not saying that word right. Not even sure how you spell it. Yeah, conscription. Yeah, over the age 13 who are Jewish. Yeah. Oh wait. Oh, Arab citizens. I don't remember what she did. I mean, I know it's kind of funny. You hear this all the time. Well, she served in the army, which, and I'm not, poo-pooing it at all. But again, I'm like, well, yeah, but so does, looks like so does, 84% of the, or 74% of the Israelis, because it says 26 of potential conscripts were exempt from the military service. Let's see here. Let's see if it talks about her army service. Completed her 2 years mandatory military service, Israel Defense Forces. She was a combat and fitness instructor, which would make sense considering everything she was doing. But, you know, you see this, right? She says, I think the main reason that Justin Lin really liked that I was in the military, and he wanted to use my knowledge of weapons. So, yeah, look at this. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. My military trainers definitely did not look like that. That's for sure. You know, yeah. No, and you know, I'll tell you what, she's not the best actress in the world, but she does a decent job. I think she does a good job as Diana Prince. But in the top of it, I mean, you know, Wonder Woman is supposed to be, you know, one of the most beautiful women in the world. That's part of the story of Wonder Woman, right? So it made sense for her to be in there, right? So, well, I remember there was kind of a lot of backlash about her being Wonder Woman, which I thought was interesting. All right, let's see here. So, all right, so we had, apparently I need to watch Inception. I need to watch Warrior. What are the other movies you all think I haven't watched that I need to watch? Oh yeah, Queen's Gambit. I'm trying to remember what was Queen's Gambit on? Netflix? Yeah, I mean, I just couldn't remember. I mean, I don't have them all, but I do have Netflix. Yeah, like I say, I do want to watch this. I just haven't had a chance, and I will say, the other thing to also consider, this is not a movie that my wife would enjoy, right? So, you know, that's the other reason why I haven't watched it yet. So Upload TV or Upload TV show. I think I know what you're talking about. Yes, if this is the one I'm thinking about. Yeah, I enjoyed this show. I like this show. I thought it was good. Let me rephrase. I thought it was decent. Right? I mean, you know, I think I did binge it maybe 2 nights. Tell you what, the chess category on Twitch is crazy how big it is. Talking about Queen's Gambit or Upload. I think Upload, yeah, it's a Prime movie. Yeah, I like Young Sheldon. Yeah, like right now, there's 12.1 thousand people watching chess. And actually, yes. Well, I would say this is not prime time for chess. And actually, there's was actually some turmoil in the chess world, like 6 or 8 months ago, maybe about 6 months ago, because some of the more popular, was it Botez Live or something like that? I think it's Botez Live. Yeah, these two. Notice they've got 665,000 people, right? And although actually I see they're streaming a bunch in chess, but they were getting a lot of criticism because they were streaming a lot in just chatting. And one of the grandmasters on Twitch was getting really upset that they were, it was like they were stealing the chess audience. So, of course, these two are not. I remember they're not grandmasters, but they're chess champions, though. But yeah, no, the chess. Like I say, I've always been impressed with the kind of numbers that chess pulls. I mean, because like I say, if so 11, what, just shy of 12,000, yeah. So, whereas if we look at, science technology has 2,500, and a much wider category, right? We're talking about such a larger grouping of different categories in there. But actually, I was listening to, I think it was Handsome Minutes, the podcast. It's actually interesting what the chess community is doing. Because they really have gone full steam online. Let's see here. I don't really remember how long ago. Yeah, here we go. So sure enough, this was, if you have any interest in chess, this was a good podcast episode. Let's see here. Does it say? I forget exactly what his role with chess.com, but he's somebody with chess.com. And, they're doing a lot of neat stuff to... And here's the thing, look at it. It's such a simple website. But yeah, apparently they're getting tons of viewers. A lot of it's because of Queen's Gambit. Yeah, it's definitely... Hanselman does a good job anyways, right? I mean, his podcasts are a little bit different than most tech shows. I'm actually kind of curious now. Interesting. So this is kind of cool. I actually haven't checked out this site. I can pick who I want to play against. I never competed. I mean, I've played chess. It's been a while, but I'm not. I mean, I'm sure this bot's going to kill me. Yeah, I'm not falling for that. So, all right, well, you don't need to watch me get my butt kicked by a bot, because I'm sure that's what would happen. Yeah, no, you're not losing me for chess. Don't worry about that. Chess with Chad? No. Like I say, I'm definitely of no level to be doing any of that kind of stuff. Oh, yeah? there to learn chess. Like I said, I find chess to be a very interesting game, but you know, I never. We could build a chess game. That would actually be really interesting, you know, because then learning all, you know, figuring out the math behind all that, right? Let's see here, what's Harold got here? Oh, goodness. Okay, yeah, I don't think we're going to be doing that. APIs and stuff. No, that'd be kind of interesting. At one point, I was thinking about doing something with rock, paper, scissors. Yeah, it really boiled down to, so the company I used to work for, we would, before the pandemic, we were a remote company, right? We all lived on the tech team, we all lived in the area, but it was a 100% remote company. There were no offices and that type of stuff. So we would actually meet once a month. And one of the things we would do is we were crowning champions of rock, paper, scissors. And when the pandemic happened, I actually thought about writing a rock, paper, scissors app, and I just never got around to it. I started, looking into, what I would need to do to make it work. Wow, we burned through all the music. Let's see here. Let me just change this music here. Let's go for funk. All right, let's see here. There we go. We got some more music. You like to see that in C#? Well, maybe once I really do want to work on this Lego thing, because there's also some graph implementations here. Maybe I could do that next, because I mean that still could be an interesting. Because the idea was I saw several websites that allowed you to do, or have two people doing, rock, paper, scissors online, right? And they worked, and we actually used something. We used something like that, like the first meeting that we had, that was where we couldn't meet in person. But there's nothing that did like a competition, right? The brackets and all that kind of stuff. So that's really what I wanted to get to. All right, let's see here. Actually, copy all of that. All right, Harold, you have an awesome evening, and we will see you later. All right, Oren, you have an awesome evening too. Let's say, how long? Not in a bad way, but it seems like I've been streaming longer than that. All right, let's see here. We're going to have a public. Oh, I was trying to think, what is this going to return? Any resource for making graph for websites? Are you talking about GraphQL? Or are you talking about like the graph databases I'm working on? I would say if it's GraphQL, which is interesting, but I I have some philosophical issues with GraphQL, but honestly, the best one, you got to pay for this. Not GraphQL. Well, so there's graph databases, and there's GraphQL. Oh, graph visuals. I have seen something interesting. What was it? Well, something that actually seems to work pretty decently is what was it? This thing called? There's actually a Google tool. Yeah. Give this a try. This is something that that the company I'm with now we've used. So it seems to work pretty decently. All right. And and it's Google, so it's got good performance and everything behind it. So, all right, everyone. I'm not gonna leave, but I am gonna. Do need to take like a 60-second break. I need to go to the restroom. Yes, it's free. I'm pretty certain it's free. Maybe. Well, I say that. If it's not free, turn up the music. Sure. If it's not free, it's Workbench. Let me know if that's better there. If it's not free, it's you're not going to pay for it. Oh, when I go out for a minute, okay, yeah. Because if it's not free, it means you're going to use the API, and the API costs. I mean, they just like Azure, they give you so much free credit. All right, everyone, I'm gonna, like I say, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go to the restroom real quick, and then I'll be back. Sorry about that. Thank you. Let me know that. I forgot to unmute my mic. All right, so thinking how we're going to do this. So we're going to do, it's going to need to be a task because I need to have the submit has to be an async. But I think we're going to have of a T. Yeah, we'll just do a T. Of T. Oh, come on. No. Task of T. You know what? This could. Well, yeah. Let's do. And we'll call this first or default. And then we'll string query. I did something wrong here. Public task T. Fingers bother me. I just got a blister on my thumb from cleaning snow over the weekend. Let's call this get first by default. Okay, and then that's just because it's not returning anything yet. So I should be able to do T. All right, I have no idea what, I don't know what I typed in the first time, but there we go. Let's see here. I was looking at the application I'm working on. What is a good amount of methods for an interface, generally speaking? I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I have an answer for that. Tech Workbench. I mean, you know, it's. I think the simple answer is, you know, whatever you need, right? Whatever makes sense. But at the same rate, you don't want an interface to be, yeah, the as many as it takes. But I think that's on both sides of it, right? But only as many as it takes, right? You know, don't necessarily add methods that are never get used, right? You know, the whole gold plating, you know, concept, right? Was it Yangi? Is that what I'm trying to think of? Come on. I think it's Yangi's what I'm thinking of. Wow. Yeah, Yagi, yeah. You ain't gonna need it, right? So, I mean, you know, think about that, right? You know, if you're not, you know, make sure you're only, and that's the trick, especially if you're writing the interface first. So I gotta admit, I rarely write my interface first. I usually write the implementation and then you know, do the whole, you know, like this, you know, the extract interface, right? Yeah, no, I understand exactly what you mean. But I don't think there's any hard set rules or anything like that. I think it's just really, you know, It really does boil down to, what is needed, All right, so, you know how many times I've copied this piece of code? I've at least finally have pasted in here. Let me make a couple quick. So this submit request, I do not need the Gremlin client. It's there. All right. So, first off, I don't need the for each. I don't need that console right. For each away. That console line. If result set. Okay, yeah. So here we're gonna get the result set. And I'm probably refactor this some more, but piece by piece. Because you could have multiple, because multiple results can come to the result set. It's multiple records. But this is a first or default. So I want to return the first, or if there's nothing, I return a null, right? Okay. You know what? That actually almost feels better to me. Well, no, let's do it. Okay, how like that? And then we're gonna see here. So if result set count less than or equals 0, I don't know why would ever. Actually, we can do, let's do this a little better. Let's say if result set any, else, else it's going to return null, default. So that in here, either way, well, cool. Good luck on that, Sean. So let's see here. This is really what I want this here. Well, so I was trying to. I was like, oh well, okay. So you're going to track a new officer. I mean, I can see how that makes sense too, right? Well, Ryan, thanks for joining along tonight. Thanks for helping with the moderations. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I know we're not going to go too much longer because I need to go to the office tomorrow. I don't have to go to the office tomorrow, but I want to. I'm meeting with my boss, and we were supposed to meet today, and he definitely prefers that we do those meetings in person, and he had to postpone to tomorrow. So I'm like, well, all right, I'm gonna go to the office then. Okay, so let's see here. Night, Ryan. Okay, we're gonna make sure that that does that. I'm just gonna say return new. T. Why not? You only know PST. Well, we keep on telling him to, no one really, we're not all that really concerned about CST. Let's see here. Our result. Turn. What? I don't need the rest of that. I mean, I don't want to return default here, but why? All right, Sean. You know what? What I'll have to do here, we're going to have to do T return value. T return by default, and then I don't need this now, and then we say return value. Why? Okay, I'm confused here. Do not explicitly convert. These are turned, well, but that's fine, but it's not necessarily default, right? Because right here, I mean, we're about to write code that's actually going to set, I said set T, but set the return value. Well, no, I want to be able to return. Well, maybe I need to do this. Okay, I'm really confused. Okay, well that solves that part of the problem. No. I will say that should be the weight there. I mean, that's. Or no, it shouldn't be. Oh wait. This is not. It doesn't, I don't need to have it in the task. Yeah. Some babies. Some goodness. So now I can now do. Okay. So the T is what we're actually respond. I need to actually correct. I mean that's not done yet. Right, I'm just stubbing it out at the moment. So here's the thing: when we call submit, and I might take this out of being in a method like that, but you know, when we call this, we get back a dynamic, and you have to get back a dynamic, even though it allows me to pass in a type. You have to get back a dynamic. It's the only thing that works. Been through that before. So I'm getting back that result set. I'm going through the result set, and that's where it's doing this.
Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Wow, this is the evening of Raiders. Hey, welcome, Mishman. Hey, Mishmanners, how's it going? Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much. So I hope you all had an awesome stream. We're oh, okay. We're working on a Lego inventory system, right? So Lego parts And actually, what we're working on right now, in particular, so I'm actually building this using a Gremlin database. Not that I necessarily have to have a Gremlin database, which a graph database, but I do find them interesting, and I do presentations about graph databases from time to time. All right, Mr. Manners, yeah. Just realized I need to add my lurk emote to that. That's command there. But yeah, so we're working on. So what I'm working on in particular right now is how, because the data that comes back from the Gremlin server is not the easiest to interpret, right? And so we're trying to standardize all this. So again, I really appreciate that. And sure enough,
It's someone's lucky day. Thank you for the gifted subscription.
Code with Sean gifted a tier 1 sub to Mish Manners. They have given 29 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
all right. Well, so Sean, thank you for that gift subscription, and Daryl.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
And Mr. Raw Richard, y'all. Thank you for that follows. For those follows, I really appreciate that.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Oh, and also, I'm sorry, I missed that. Well, what is this? Hold on a second. I'm using dynamics because I have no choice. I hate dynamics. I cannot stand dynamics. But that is the only way. Basically, so this is calling Gremlin.net, which is the official .NET package for interacting with a Gremlin database, and yeah, it returns dynamics. Dynamics. So all right. So C# is a typed language, right? So in other words, we define string output, right? We say that that it's we're defining those types. Yes, exactly, Daryl. Gross. A dynamic means at runtime it will figure out what the type is. All right. It's not the most efficient way of doing things. So a graph database is a NoSQL database. So I wouldn't say it's the same. Normally when we think about graph databases, normally when we think about NoSQL databases, we're thinking of document databases. All right. Now graphs actually are document databases, but they're using graph theory to manage their data. And so sure enough, this is a graph representation of the data that I'm working with, right? So, the circles, these are called vertices, right? So your vertex is your object, your noun, right? So you see we have set, we have part, we have theme, so on, right? And then, then we have our relationships. And, which are named, and they're directional, and they and relationships can have properties. And it's interesting because most graph databases, and in particular Gremlin and Neo4j for that matter, the vertices and the edges or the relationships, they're actually documents. Let's see here. Graph is more how you query and mutate data. It's not storage. So yeah, I mean basically, this is a graph database, not GraphQL. Yes, exactly. So yeah, and sure enough, when I do present about graph databases, like one of the very first things I say is, this is not GraphQL. It has nothing to do, they have absolutely nothing to do with each other. like C++ templates or different in some way. Are you talking about graph databases or dynamics we were talking about before? And I gotta admit, yeah, exactly. Oh, dynamics. Okay. You know, I'm not really sure. I'm not that well versed in C++. But it is. I mean, it is what it sounds like. It's dynamically set at runtime. Is the whole idea. Yeah, there you go. See, there's the guy right there. Oh, okay. So then it's not like templates. Yeah, but the name actually describes it very well in the sense that it's dynamic. The type is dynamically figured out at runtime, which has got some issues, right? No, sure. But like I say, unfortunately, and trust me, I have dealt with these dynamics for a while. They drive me crazy. All right. So let me. They are more relational driven. As a matter of fact, graph databases are better at relationships than relational databases are, right? Because I mean, that's their whole thing is relationships. Whereas, yeah. Now, grant you, I have a tendency to use small names. I mean, these could be much larger, right? You even see like is a child of, right? Or is child of. All right, so what I'm actually, so here I'm, you notice I'm doing a get first to default. I'm gonna have a separate one for get a list. Excuse me. What I'm working on at the moment here. So if we look at this code here. So this is basically the Microsoft Doc examples, right, of how to query a graph database using .NET. Or I should say a Gremlin database, because Neo4j is...
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
iStar, thank you. Thank you so much. Although, actually, Neo4j can be queried using Gremlin. I am working on a abstraction around Gremlin, yes. As part of the Lego project, and that's what I'm working on at the moment, is that abstraction, right, to kind of make it easier. So sure enough, what was the last thing I'm showing here? Yeah. Yeah, let's do this. So yeah, well, it's similar to that. I mean, that's kind of the goal. So sure enough, like if I run this little app here, and I'm showing, oh, you know what? Actually, well, yeah, you're right. I think I actually still have it open up on a. Oh, hold on, let me change it real quick. I have to change one more thing here. So we're only dealing with one return record. So like. Here is the Gremlin, not the Gremlin, the JSON I get back. So this is the JSON I get back, all right? And there's a couple things that make this a little bit harder. If we go to the viewer, it's go a little bit easier. But so you see the ID, we have the label and the type. Right, and all of your things are going to look well. All of your vertices are going to look like this. Right. You could also return back edges, but right now I'm just dealing with vertex at the moment. And then you get a collection of properties that contains a collection of these ID values. Right, because in Gremlin, a property can have multiple values. Which can be very powerful. Although I know in this database I'm not using multiple properties, right? Or multiple property values. I'm using multiple properties, but not multiple property values. And sure enough, excuse me, I did, I did something like this. I went to JSON C# class. Yeah, here we go. So I looked at what this converter did, and I mean, it's pulling this out, but that's a whole lot of work that I don't want to. I don't want the a Kasumi application to have to deal with this. I want to kind of hide all this. So that's what I was working on. Could slot in other databases should you wish in the future. Not really. I mean, right now I am working specifically on a graph data, in particular a Gremlin graph database, and within Cosmos. Now, I could actually, make it so it could be more generic, because Gremlin is a standard, right? And then Cosmos is one of the things that Cosmos implements. So the code I'm writing particularly is pretty locked down, but I could easily put this into a repository pattern, and then which is part of the reason why I'm trying to get away from having to have classes like all these little classes that mean nothing, right? And have regular classes, so I could implement a repository pattern, which means I could go grab it from a SQL database. I could grab it from a Mongo database. I can grab it from a Gremlin database, whatever I wanted to, right? With different codes. I think you're right about that, CS. I think it's in edit. Yeah, paste JSON's classes. I completely forgot. I've forgotten about that. Thank you for reminding me about that. I forgot that feature was in there. All right. Well, at any rate, but that's not how I want my classes to look like. Right? Because
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
That's going to be a mess. All right. And BSP, thank you for that follow. All right, let's see here. Daryl Duck, I would agree with that. She is really cool. I gotta admit, this is not, for her to be ending now, that's not her normal time though, is it? Or I could be wrong. I rated her a week or two ago, but that was also because I streamed late because for me, as you can see, it's 12:30 in the morning. Which in Australia was at what was it? I don't remember what time that is in Australian time. Yeah, okay. I was about to say around 5 o'clock. Yeah, 4:30. Yeah, I was an hour. I was thinking 5 o'clock, but I was an hour wrong. It is funny. There is someone I watch in the mornings who starts streaming at around midnight Australian time. Well, awesome. Well, Daryl Duck, welcome. Thanks for coming all the way from down under, right? I gotta admit, we were thinking about doing a trip last year to Australia, but that didn't happen. really did want to do that. I've got a good friend who lives in I've got a friend who lives in Sydney. Yeah, exactly. Traveled far. So we've got he's got a big house, and he's like, yeah, you've got a place to stay, and it's someone I serve with, right? So when he says you got a place to stay, he really means it, right? Of course, the place to stay wasn't the cost problem, right? Plane tickets to Australia are expensive. All right, so just trying to think of how I'm going to do this. Oops, that's not what the window I wanted. I wanted to look a little bit again at this one. So, you know what? Actually, it's going to be a little easier to look at this one here. I can imagine that. Yeah. So I mean, I will say I've been to Australia before. I've been to Darwin. Had a blast there. Right. Well, had a blast and didn't have a blast. Right. I mean, but that was a lot of fun. That would have been back in. Well, it was my last deployment. So that would have been 90. Yeah, that would have been 94 when I was in Darwin. We were there for about a month, maybe 3 weeks, 4 weeks, at the airbase there. Yeah, Darwin's so sure enough to give our stateside folks a little bit of. So Darwin's kind of interesting. Yeah, like for example, pretty stuff like that, but I want to see maps. There we go. So so here you see Australia. Darwin's all the way up in the northern section, right? And it's interesting. So Darwin is the farthest south. Here we go. It's all the way up here. Darwin is the farthest south the Japanese made it during World War II. So basically, the Japanese did attack Australia, and they attacked at Darwin. So yeah, but yeah, well, that's where that was near the end of the war, right? That's yeah, because they were. They were starting to, as you can see, that's a big, it's bigger than it looks. There's a really large distance between Japan and Australia. I know because I've flown from Japan to Australia. It is a long, long flight. What was it? It was like I want to say it was like a. And we didn't make it. We didn't do it in one day. We had to do it in 2 days because of we had F-18s with us. 7 hours. Oh, no, we did it. It took us like I think the total flight time was about 14 hours. 12, 14 hours. Huh. Yeah, well, we stopped in Guam. Yeah, there's Guam. Which is, as you can see, is pretty much the halfway point. I don't know. I know well, number one, Well, we had to stop over. So, and part of it is so the F-18s they can fly forever, but they are restricted to 8 hours because of pilots, right? The pilot's got to get your pilot in F-18 can't get up, right? And we were on the refueler for the F-18s. It could be. I bet it's one of two things. Either it was I bet, because I know it was like 12 or 14 hours total for us to get there. Probably 12, because I know it was our flight from Guam to Australia was shorter. But I bet you it's because we were in KC-135s, which are 707s. Yeah, 707s. So so number one, I mean, it's it's an old. I mean, even back in the 90s, it was an older aircraft. I bet you, with the refuel and everything, they slow down for fuel consumption. And then, like I say, the F-18s are restricted to 8 hours. All right. So 30 hours. Oh my goodness. Direct? And I only ask because I thought that was. I didn't think the longest direct flight is more than 30 hours. Longest direct flight. Yeah, the 135. Well, military has a tendency to use its aircraft a long time. You can not from Lego. All right. So Lego refuses to make anything from modern military. So yeah, Mox and there are there are companies that like you can look up like military. Well, here this is even more popular. Tanks. Lego tank, all right? Because I not really. I'm looking for a particular company. I don't remember the name off the top of my head, but yeah, Brickmania. This is the one I was thinking of. So like Brickmania. These are expensive. So it's not official, all right? But it is real Lego parts, right? Like some of the places are using, knockoff parts. These, if I remember right, these are actually using real Lego parts, which means they have to source all those Lego, which takes them forever, right? So like here, look at this. Here we got a Hind F attack helicopter, right? That's out of stock. So $500. It's actually not that bad of a price for what it is. Here we go. Build the AC-130. Yeah, look at this price. $3,700. Now, grant you, it is 5,200 pieces, right? So that's part of the reason why the cost, but it's just the, it's really hard for them to get all those pieces. Because they're having to source 5,200 pieces, so they're having to buy they're buying a lot of sets of other, official Lego sets to make up these sets. Look at that, they have 17 in stock. So that's $63,000 in stock sitting, just sitting there. But it's, it's pretty good looking, for, Now, I've never flown an AC-130. I've flown a mini C-130s. Yeah. These aircraft are pretty darn cool. So, all right. Time is it? All right, I do need to wrap up here soon. As I mentioned earlier, what time is that meeting I've got in the morning? No, it's not too early. Now, I'll still beat my boss soon. Yeah, it's been a Lego philosophy since day one. It's kind of weird because they do Star Wars, right? So, you've got weapons in there. But they say that yes, it is almost midnight or 1 a.m. So they say that they say that's fantasy, right? So that's why Star Wars is allowed. And they have broken away from it once because they did some stuff with Indiana Jones. So that was kind of technically against their own rules. But outside of that. Now, with it being said, they do have like an old revolver, right, that you can get. They have. That's really about it. To the point, and this was kind of the crazy stuff. They made Lego Osprey. Yeah, so they, I don't want a video, I want images. Yeah, so they made this, and they pulled it from the shelves, even though they did a rescue version. But since the Osprey is much more used for military, they pulled it because of that, right? They were like, oh, so this become like a hot item. Flight to Japan 11 hours, but to get my parents it takes 28 hours. Yeah, so to speed up updating content on the website, I don't know, since I'm horrible at updating website, I don't know if I have tips. Yeah, it's interesting because they, if I remember right, they were actually gonna make it in let's see here. Let me see if I can, because this is recent. Yeah, they had a plan released, but due to association with militaries, right? Maybe it's a little bigger. So it was kind of weird that they took this out. And even, like I said, they made it, they put it into the, they put it into, search and rescue colors, right? So, yeah, here we go. Was designed to highlight the important role aircraft plays in search and rescue efforts. While the set clearly depicts how rescue versions of the plane might look, the aircraft is only yeah, that's right. It's only used by the military right now. We have a long-standing policy not to create sets which feature real military vehicles, so it has decided not to proceed with the launch. I mean, this is like, you know, they were just about to release it. So, you know, I gotta say, I don't completely agree with it, right? You know, I mean, if you're gonna go through the trouble of making, you know, like say even do like that, but yeah, I'll tell you what, because I'm not gonna get much further on this code. I think I'm gonna wrap it up for the evening. Like I said, I do need to get up in a couple hours. Let's take a quick look here who we can raid.
Like when I check.
Let's go to our good buddy. Oops. Let's go to Callow.
Can't expect it to count properly. Nice.
Okay, let's see here. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. It's been a lot of fun. Lots of great conversations tonight. Yeah, he hasn't been lurking for a while. I'm gonna say so. It's Wednesday, so I'll be back Friday evening at 8 p.m. Eastern time. That's UTC -5. And like I say, thank you everyone so much. I really do appreciate it.